Got a feeling it burns in my chest. It's growing larger with every breath I take. When I fight it, I hide it, it takes me down. Yeah, I know we created a mess. It's growing bigger with every choice we make. Yeah, we're here, we keep coming around. The more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. We should burn those bridges, never look back, but in the end we lose ourselves again. Together. Together. The energy, yeah, it's blacking me out. Being so close to you, I'm paralyzed. So I'm breathing it in, everything. Oh, the more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. We should burn those bridges and never look back, but in the end we lose ourselves again. Together.
Welcome back, everybody. Today is the first day of championship weekend. We have our conference finals followed up by our grand finals later on in this weekend. But we cannot start it off any other way. We have to start off with the Linguini League conference finals tonight. My name is Mixta. This is the Alligator. How are you doing tonight, Mr. Difficult Name Friend?
And just call me Gator if that's easier. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, my man. I'm doing great tonight, and I know we have some great matches of Rocket League coming up. The first of them all, it's going to be, as you mentioned, in this Linguini League. It's the Detroit Wolfpack against the Buffalo Bolts. What can we expect about this match today?
Well, looking over the stacks, yeah, that caster, the stats pretty quickly. I mean, going off of last week, their matchups, it was the 7-4 Buffalo Bolts taking on the 5-6 Atlanta Pandas. And that was a battle of the 2 and 3 seed. Buffalo coming out of that one in 5 games. That was a 4-1 victory for them. And on the opposite end of that bracket, it was Detroit, the 6-5 Wonder Dogs at 6-5, fourth seed, taking on the dominant throughout league play, 10-1, number 1 seed Jersey Jackals, and Detroit managed to take them out in 7 games. So we have the 4th seed Detroit here facing off against the third or second seed Buffalo. And looking at the stats right now, I mean, Buffalo, they're only 1 game or 1 series better than them, better than Detroit, but they have 8 more points to them. So when they get these series going, they get them done pretty quickly, get all their points and move on. But looking at the specific stats, this offense of Detroit has been dominant this season. I mean, the only one really I can see specifically outperforming that Wolfpack was the Jackals that they took down last weekend. So it's going to be a battle to see if Buffalo can keep up with this offense of Detroit and see how long their defense can hold. But we will not wait any longer. We will get these players onto the field. We will start off championship weekend with this conference final of the East Coast. When these players are ready, it will be
And
Buffalo in the gold. And
it's going to be a
Detroit
good
in
one,
their
as you
blue.
said. So let's see how it goes. I'm really excited. I can't lie.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I casted this Detroit team last week when they played that Jersey team. I had the opportunity to witness that. This Buffalo team been playing on that B stream, so this will be their first opportunity to play on the main stream and show off their mechanics and their offensive capabilities as well. But they're going to start this game off on the defensive end. Looks like we will have an awkward decal right there from Scoop. So that will get pinched in from Twisted and sent into the net. So Buffalo starting off hot here in game number 1.
Well, that was quick. Was the defensive mistake coming from Dills there, and suddenly it's Twisted that only has to scoop up that easy pass, and it's suddenly Buffalo going up 1-0 with nearly 10 seconds having gone by, and we see they want to go on the offense again. We know how good Detroit's offense is. You mentioned it, but right now it seems like Buffalo are in control of the games now. It seems like Detroit, they want to go for it again. It's going to be Buffalo a bit on the defense now. You see those stats coming true for you. That's a very beautiful flick going up in the air. Now put into the corner by the Buffalo defense. It's going to be Twisted waiting for it inside the goal. Now goes out to pick it up into the air. There's a bit of a double commit there from Gomin. It's going to cost them. McNair, he doesn't have to do anything special. There's just no one in the goal. He just taps it in, and it's going to slowly roll in. That's all equal inside our first minute of gameplay.
Just patience, patience, patience from McNair there. He saw the two defenders go. Both of them swung and missed. All he had to do was just beat that third man, and just by getting to that ball faster, he wound up doing that. So Detroit sitting idly in that first minute, but wound up getting themselves a goal here to tie up this game. Game number 1. Always a super important game. You kind of want to treat it as a feeler game to see what your opponent's bringing out to the table and see how you can respond. But the quicker you can respond and the quicker you can get a comeback here, that is going to be tail of the tapes, I guess. But my goodness, Buffalo or Detroit playing super physical on that back line of Buffalo. It's going to get cleared out into the corner here. It's going to be Gomi onto the ceiling. Going to use his flip here wisely. He's going to try to flip into it on the ground. Does not make contact. The second man goes and misses as well. Now BW trying to clear this one out with no boost. Going to be lob out to the midfield from Buffalo, but it's just another long clear down the line. It's going to buy Detroit even more time. Almost a double commit here from Buffalo. Twisted with a shot from the corner, saved away by BW. And my goodness, Detroit have gotten away with a couple here.
Oh my god, is that an open net? Oh, that was so close. BW didn't quite have the angle, but that was almost open from Buffalo, as now they're going to go on the counter attack, and it's Gomi. I can't even finish my explanation of Detroit's attack because that was super fast. The bomb there, it wasn't quite effective. Twisted does get the pass off, and it's gonna be Buffalo regaining the lead. They're not too solid on defense, I'm not gonna lie. They're double committing a lot. They are in places they shouldn't be. They're leaving their goal open. But as long as they have their attack on point like we've seen them, they should be fine.
Comparing these two teams, I would definitely give the offensive edge to Buffalo. They've been able to take the ball from their corner, slice the defense downfield, and find each other on these quick passes to get these goals in. Whereas Detroit, really, that was just that one McNair goal where he got past two defenders off the double commit and just wound up beating the third man. This could be another beat of the third man. Here's the ball again off target on the open net. Will find the post and roll outwards, but this Buffalo team, like I mentioned, they've done a lot better of a job here in game number 1 to take the ball downfield like we see now and slice up the defense to get a good pass like this out into the midfield, but nobody home for Buffalo. It's only met by Detroit on their goal line, but the boost, a very bad situation here for the Wolfpack. They have little to none doing what they can to get this ball out to their teammates, but again, no boost. Cannot make the read as BW. It's going to be taken by Jay Diddles. Jay Diddles having a great series last week. If that VOD is still up, I highly recommend going to watch his highlights of that VOD versus the Jackals. He had a great series, and BW and McNair obviously playing their hearts out as well. And McNair gonna do another solo play, his second goal of the game and his second goal of the series.
Oh, that was absolutely brilliant. Look at that. the flick over two. He puts it into the far post where no one's going to be able to make it. Gomi was caught out of rotation. And I feel like that's the first goal we've seen that doesn't come out of a defensive mistake. And it was one hell of a goal at that. It's just, he cooked it up and he ate it. So it seems like Detroit are warming up. But still, we're seeing lots of defensive mistakes and offensive as well, as now we see Diddles missing the touch. But the other team isn't able to capitalize. Earlier on, we saw almost a triple commit from the side of Buffalo. They were all in the same corner. The clear wasn't quite there, but almost it's going to be the goal for Gomi. That ground pitch was really close. And that triple commit we saw earlier, Buffalo, they had Detroit, they had two players. They double committed, and they still couldn't get the ball going into the yellow goal. So if these two teams, they want to get out of this stalemate they're in, that 2-2 with 1 minute to go, I feel like they need to up their game offensively.
Detroit definitely has had a lot of mishaps on the back half. A lot more whiffs, I would say, coming out from that team compared to Buffalo on the defensive end. Buffalo, it's just been a tale of double commits, whereas defensive misses here from both players on the back line. It's going to be McNair to clean this one up, but it results in an open net. Twisted has to rush to get back. He does. Now BW trying to play bully ball. Does not find contact on the player. It's going to be won cleanly by Gomi, but taken away by J Doodles. No, he misses the touch on the ball. Perfect pass out to the midfield, but Twisted skies it off to the side. Now it's going to be picked up by Scoops. His touch is non-existent. He'll be picked up by J Doodles, who throws this one back out into the Buffalo corner. And as soon as I started talking about it, it was just a double commit from Buffalo and missed touches from Detroit. Both these teams having some very crucial defensive errors that could prove almost an own goal right here from Buffalo, but it's going to get cleared out to the mid. Nonetheless, this may hit the ground. It will roll up. My goodness, last chance for Buffalo. They'll put this on into the defense. All three members of the Wolfpack on that goal line finally cleared away. My goodness, this overtime is going to be C. Do they finally clean up the defensive mistakes, or would you see another goal because of it?
Yeah, and it's so inconsistent because both teams, they have great defensive moments. We saw a save there coming in from Twisted just to keep the ball out when there were 2 seconds remaining. But at the same time, as you mentioned, we've seen so many double and triple commits that you can never expect anything consistent from these two teams. Now we see the opening defense there from Buffalo, and it's going to be now the attack. But Twisted can put it in goal. The Scoops is not there, but now McNair misses the open net. It's put into the side. It's gonna beat BW. Oh, Diddle, sorry, putting it up into the air. No one there to capitalize. Now it's just back to Detroit's defense. That touch from Diddles is not quite there. It's gonna be three players, and now it's gonna be Detroit on the counter attack. Do they have this? Yes, they do. Jay Diddles is not going to miss again. The Cowboy firing its shots, and it's going to be the Detroit Wolfpack going up in this crazy game 1. Detroit 1, Buffalo 0.
From start to finish of that overtime, it was crazy. Just as soon as we said, you know, though it's going to be up to those defensive mistakes, who makes them less, both of these teams made them pretty equal. But my goodness, it's hard to try to save or try to get open nets, I understand, but you've got to be able to score this, especially in a situation like this. Nerves probably getting to the better of both of these teams here, but Buffalo, double commit is what's cost them so many times on the offensive end where they rush back on defense, and Detroit, so many whiffed and missed touches that Buffalo can have extended stays on extended stays. They can just keep on rolling with that pressure. But ultimately, it was the Wolfpack taking advantage of the double commits rather than the Buffalo Bolts taking advantage of the missed touches. So does this continue on for the rest of the series, or do both of these teams kind of tighten up on defense and we start to see a little bit more cleaner goals, cleaner Rocket League, if you would?
Yeah, indeed, we see there those shot statistics from both teams. Both teams, they had 8 shots. In Detroit, it's 3, and 2 evenly distributed. On the side of Buffalo, there's a player with 3 shots, a player with 5 shots, and a player with 0 shots. So that is so uneven of a distribution that it goes to show how the different playstyles from these two teams mixed up, right? Buffalo, they had that prowess in the defense, and by prowess I mean they were always 2 or 3 players on the ball, which isn't always good. But hey, they had their defense locked down, even though they conceded 3 goals, which is the bad part of having lots of players on defense. I think it's a good play style that they want to be looking at to play a bit of that defense and then the counter attack. It worked really well for them in the first few minutes of the game. Then it crumbled down a bit. Whereas on the side of Detroit, we see that more diverse play style. They go for shots, but the game credits you with shots that are sometimes just clears that go into the goal. So they're not playing too aggressive on either edge of the field, but it's working for them for the moment. I think it was very even in this first game, even though we saw 5 goals conceded. We saw lots of chances. We saw lots of great offensive plays. Not so many defensive plays, but I'm sure we'll see them eventually. As we're going to be waiting now for some players, I think there has been some sort of decal changed recently. Sometimes maybe you just don't feel really confident with the skin you're wearing. You gotta change it. And speaking about decals, I think you got some news for me.
Oh yeah, the decals. So obviously we have a little bit of ruling here. Uh, there's certain decals that are banned. We've slipped up on that a few times, but we issued a warning here, so that decal will change, but it's nothing too major. Still game 1 will go to Detroit. It's gonna be BW. Quick off the kickoff, back out into the midfield. McNair is gonna clean up this one, send it off into the corner. Twisted, plenty of time, plenty of boost in his tank now. He's gonna leave it for Gomi, who goes over McNair, and now the offense starting to roll here for Detroit. They're starting to pick up for each other's challenges, starting to make a lot more contact, but BW, that's an awkward challenge. To send this one off into the side, this will bounce off into the sidewall. Now Gomi, onto the backboard, looking for the double tap, does not find it. Cleanup from Twisted is no good off the backboard, and the defense from Detroit all over the place, but still goalless here in game number 2.
Oh, that's good from Buffalo. It's exactly what you want to see. Those mechanics, those flashy plays in attack. Even if they don't go in, it goes to show your opponent you mean business, right? And they had to scramble in defense from the side of Detroit. As now they're going to be going into counterattack. There's no one in goal. It's going to be Jay Diddles putting it away. It was in overtime as the previous game. It's only a minute and 2 seconds, and Detroit are already up from strong defense through strong offense, and it's giving them the lead.
Good offensive plays here from Detroit starting to form. They've already played this game a little bit faster and more aggressive coming off the kickoff, especially. Oh my goodness, BW has to get to that one and dive off that save off the goal line. It's just got to credit them for playing super aggressive out of the gate and starting to get in Buffalo's face, but now it's Buffalo, the Bolts now, taking charge on the offensive end off this kickoff. It's a great touch from Jay Diddles to roll that ball up high. Twisted can't read it. Now that can scoops. It's going to be Gomi last back, but 2 players go from Buffalo, or from Detroit, and now the mistakes that cost either one of these teams, they've swapped. Detroit now with the double commits and Buffalo with the missed touches. Regardless, this ball will land into the lap of Twisted, trying to use all of his boost to put this down into the corner. Cleared away by Jay Diddles, and now Scoops onto the backboard. Looking for a read, denied by McNair. McNair getting a double tap as well, but not the direction he wanted it. Jay Diddles last back. All 3 players there into the corner. It could be an open net, but nobody home. Oh my goodness. Call that what you want. I'll call it a fake. Buffalo do not come away with one here. Off the backboard, Scoops will find it. 1-1, 3 remaining.
Oh my god, someone take that away! That was filthy, that's dirty! Oh, you cannot do that, Scoops! He just stepped on the other team, he ran over them with a car, and then slammed a hammer on their heads, and buried them 10 feet underground. That area was so clean, but now McNair wants one of his toe, he puts it into the post. It's gotta be Jay Diddles. The attempt for a save was there, but it's not quite gonna be there. Detroit, they bring me down a little bit. They regained the lead with 3 minutes to go. But I want to say that was great for Buffalo. Even though they get scored on 10 seconds afterwards, which is never great, they had a superb play. They've been having some superb offensive plays, and if they can keep this going, and if Detroit keep overcommitting to these ball sending 2 or 3 players where they should not be, they have a very strong chance to come back, force overtime potentially, or just win it in regulation. I like what I see from Buffalo, even though they're 2-1 and potentially going 3-1 down, as BW wanted to go for another one. Jake Diddles now keeping the offensive pressure. Put off into the corner. McNair. Therefore the ball, is there no one on the goal? Scoops has to scoop that ball. Living up to his name now, put up into the black side of the field. Twisted tries to go up in the air, whirling around like a ballerina, but it's gonna be Gomi scrambling back for defense. Buffalo, they're not finding their groove, and now it's gonna be an open net. J Dills almost has it for the hat trick. It's not gonna be there. McNair put in the ball, but it's not quite on goal. And Detroit, they seem to be finding their groove, and I think I have to take back what I said from Buffalo. They don't look comfortable at all now.
Ability really came from that second kickoff after the first Detroit goal. They were starting to roll in the offensive end, but now Detroit got another goal back into their name. A little bit more of a foothold into this game, a little bit more warmed up, but Twisted. Pair of demos here will open up the line for the Bolts, but still cleared away by BW. He cleared out back into him yet again. This bounce will go straight back out into the midfield. McNair has the backup, do a little three-point turn. He's going to go up for it again, using his boost, trying to drop it for J Diddles. J Diddles can't get around it, cleared away by Twisted yet again. Off into the ceiling, looking for Scoops. He finds them, and Scoops trying to feed Twisted yet again, but it's going to be picked up by the defense and now into Gomi. He sends this one off to the backboard. Scoops again. Trying to put this one back out into the mid. Buffalo trying to play the team game really well right now, but Detroit is not having any of it. They're sending the house onto this play. Gomi with a good 50-50 will send this off into the side. BW, a bit of a misplay here. Gonna get past one regardless. Past the second off the whiff. Now third. Has to get past him. He gets past him, but the defense is reset. Back onto the midfield. This could be the dagger, but they run into each other. McNair and J Diddles, that could have been 3 for Detroit, but yet we still have a 2-1.
And is that going to cost them? As you said, they had the third goal there. It's now BW tries to put in one again. They're desperately looking for that 2-goal lead. That would give them an enormous cushion when it comes to this second game. They don't want Buffalo to be able to send this game into overtime with just 1 goal, as it's now 20 seconds to go. Twisted is going to try to go for it for the aerial. The aerial is clean. There's a triple commit on the goal line. McNair, the one credited with the save. It's going to be now another shot from Buffalo, but it's not going in. The defense is holding strong. This is exactly what Detroit want. But there's another clear into the air. Is it going into the goal? That was almost there. It's going to be a save. I don't know if that was J Dills or BW, but it almost won them the game. Now the ball is going to drop down, and it's the Detroit Wolfpack with another game win. They're up 2-0. Ooh, that was dangerous for both teams. They almost had it on both sides of the field. Detroit, that 3-1 lead that they needed. Buffalo, that 2-2 equalizer that they wanted. But it just wasn't to be.
I agree. I mean, especially on that almost last play there from Twisted, he had to set up. He had free time in the midfield, sets up the air dribble, goes up for the carry, and nobody on Detroit wanting to take the chance of getting dunked on by the Buffalo A player. So my goodness, they all went for that one. Luckily, it gets saved out into the side, and they'd be able to recuperate back onto the goal line to get that next save. But Buffalo, a little bit too little too late to send the house on that last play. Detroit will come away with game number 2 as well. So now they move on to 2-0 lead into the series. Only 1 more for match point. Buffalo, got to start getting something going here. You do not want to start losing games in this late of the series against a team like Detroit, who's so momentum-based. We saw them last week when they took on Jackals, that they kind of started off a little bit slower. They were competing with Jersey, but it wasn't really until the last bit of that series, 6 and 7 games, where they were really showing off their mechanics, their teamwork, their just offensive prowess, and their defense held strong too. So now Detroit, momentum-based team, and Buffalo, if you want to be right there with them, you got to start kicking something into gear pretty quick.
Oh, most definitely. And looking at the picks from our analysts, all 3 of them had Buffalo winning. No one was predicting Detroit, the lower seed, to get this upset, but they already got the upset last week against the number 1 seed, them being number 4. This is more than doable. They're already only going up against seed number 2, and they have a 2-0 lead. This is, I don't want to say a sweep in the making, but they're looking way stronger than the Bolts. The Wolfpack is howling wildly, and those howls, they might drown the Bolts out. You don't want to play with that. Buffalo, they really need to turn this around. If they lose this game, they allow Detroit to go up 3-0. Reminder, this is a best of 7. 3-0 means series point. If you lose, you're out. If Buffalo want to turn this around, it's here. It's do or well, not do or die. They still have a couple more games to go. But in terms of momentum, they need to change the tide here. Otherwise, I think it's going to be curtains for them.
I agree. I mean, Detroit seemed to have played very well uh, throughout this series. Although I say very well, they've played better than Buffalo. Still a lot of defensive mistakes for either one of these teams, but it seems like the defensive mistakes have a little bit quieted down on the Detroit side, where they've kind of just resorted or to find that solution. Their solution to those misses is just stack more people on the goal line, and that's what seems to be working for them right now. Is having two or three members of that wolf pack on that goal line to save any shot that comes through. So I mean, the more players you have in that net, the more likely of a save comes through. So I mean, if it works, it works, and right now it's working. So Buffalo's going to have to find probably some more physicality on the defensive line of Detroit to see if they can break up that wolf pack a little bit, to see if they can find some clear passing lanes and finish some of these shots they're getting opportunities for. They just can't bury.
I think they got the right idea, right? Both teams, they know they have to be physical, but it's been Detroit getting the good demos, the good bumps, whereas Buffalo and Detroit a little bit, but not that much. They're just bumping into each other and not allowing their teammates to get their goals. We saw it there, how Detroit couldn't go up 3-1 because of a team bump. So I think they have the idea. The spirit is there. They're just a little misguided. Let's see how it goes. In this third game, all of our players are loaded into the lobby. It's going to be the kickoff. Let's see who it favors. It's going to be a double miss. Oh my god, Jay Dills had to come in there because Scoops was running like a train to get that ball. It's going to be now into Buffalo's half. Put away by BW. They want to keep the pressure going. We know Detroit, they really want this to just be a 4-game series. The less they have to play, the more rested they will be going into those potential finals. They could be facing some really good placing in this Linguina League. But now it's going to be Buffalo putting it into the crossbar with Scoops.
Oh, no.
The second one from Gomi isn't quite there for the finalizer. Twisted had to rotate back to defense. Now gets dribbled by. Fortunately, he has his teammate back there, Scoops, with the save. And it seems like Buffalo, they have figured out something. I'm liking what they're doing.
Buffalo trying to find something on the offensive end to last for them, but they have to be able to bury some of these shots. BW not getting any power on that shot and still denied for his efforts. Twisted now with a demo, but now nobody home for Buffalo. Ball stalls out there after there's at least 4 players near it. It's going to be a little bit of mayhem there in that midfield line. It's going to be cleared away. No, it's going to be a misplay here from Buffalo yet again. Now BW high off to the backboard, rolls off the ceiling. Nobody there for Detroit to go. Just in time is going to be Gomi over J Diddles, and now Scoops to clean up. He launches one. Going to be a little bit of a pot shot there, but 2 players go from Buffalo yet again. It may find off the ceiling. My goodness, a reaching save from McNair. Did not expect that ball to drop in, but it did. Almost found a goal for the Bolts. He's going to be twisted off this backboard into J Diddles from Gomi. Now a little bit of a Buffalo charge here. That net was also open. Gomi did not realize that the last defender was not home or waiting for that shot. He's going to be getting away with one, either one of these teams right now. 3 minutes remaining. Somehow we're scoreless.
Yeah, and I'm going to need CPR after this series. Now Twisted coming in with another save. Because this is a roller coaster of emotions. It always seems like one team has it, and now Twisted goes up in the air. Diddles has the save, and it's going to be the counterattack for Detroit. Is that the goal? No, it's not going to go in, Scoops, but he leaves it right in the mid for BW, but he also misses its foot into the post. It's going to be now Gomi trying to mount the counterattack for Buffalo. Oh, this is... it's almost painful to watch, but it's also so enjoyable. Both teams are so equal that you never know who's going to have the edge, but also some glaring mistakes that I don't know if my poor heart can take it, as it's going to be now into the corner of Detroit. Once again, J Dills trying to dribble it out. I don't think there's anyone there aside from Scoops. He misses the touch. Gomi misses again. Could this be it? There's the bump, almost accidental from J Diddles. It's going to be good. BW 5257. He doesn't quite have that amount of goals yet. It's just going to be 1, but 1 is enough for Detroit with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go.
McNair tried to clean up that mistouch he had that threw it right back behind him. He tried to back up into it, but just BW faster to that ball with a clear lane on the shot. And what we tried to see last game on Neo Tokyo, Game number 2, where McNair and J Diddles had kind of a look like that, but they collided with one another. Could not get that third goal to try to secure that game, but did not need it then. They won't need it now. J Diddles will absolutely dunk the defender here twice. My goodness, that's the second goal for Detroit. Now they've got some momentum.
And that was great card placement. I mean, this is the good part of the series that we were talking about. He dunks one player, ball goes off into the ceiling, and as soon as it goes down, he knows the defender is going to go for that ball. He knows exactly how he's going to clear it by the way he's moving in the net. And he positions his car perfectly to predict that touch. As it's going to be now another semi-open goal. The clear is there. It's going to be Detroit trying to get that third goal that they couldn't get in the first game. They already have a 2-0 cushion lead, but they want the third. They want to completely demoralize Buffalo, but now it's going to be Buffalo with the demoralization. They are one down just now. With 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, this is still doable for them. A bit of a defensive mistake, a bit of a team pinch coming in. And it's going to be Scoop, the one getting the goal. Buffalo, they can still do it, but Detroit, they seem to have the upper hand. Who do you think is going to take it in this final minute and some of the game?
It's really going to come down to who can clean up these defensive mistakes. That's kind of been the tail of the tape so far throughout the series. So many defensive errors from either team. There hasn't really been a whole lot of good, genuine opportunity looks from either one of these teams. It's just mistakes like this that opens up gaps like this, and Twisted will bury this one up in the corner, and just in a matter of seconds, this game is tied.
Yeah, and we see that clock, right? 1 perfect minute still left to go. That means 20 seconds since the last goal. It took them almost 4 minutes to score the first goal, and in the span of a third of that, they have scored 2. That is what they need for overtime. Now they have 50 seconds to go. They can still score more if they can keep this momentum going. It would be great for them. But now it's going to be J Diddles. Can't quite predict where that ball is going. Twisted does enough of a jump to put it into the side. Scoop going underneath his teammate. It's going to be put into the side. Gomez not quite going to reach it. It's pinched off. Not quite in Buffalo's side. It's going to be now a bit of a defensive mistake coming in. Scoops puts it into the backboard for his teammate. But now that's a great dribble for a BW. J Diddles just has to tap it in. He didn't want to risk a defender going back. He gets his second goal of the series. And we see Gomez is not there in rotation, and it's yet another defensive mistake coming in from Buffalo. It's costing them, and with 22 seconds to go, Detroit might have this in the back.
Buffalo has worked so hard to get those 2 quick goals to tie up this game, but it just came down to one quick defensive challenge that just went awry, and that was from Twisted challenging throughout the midfield. This one could find the back of the net, and it will. That could be the dagger here in game number 3 and force the Wolfpack onto match point. Gomi did not get the clear he was looking for. BW read it all the way across the midfield and just gets just powerful enough of a shot to bury that one into the corner. My goodness, it came down to 2 quick goals to tie up this game for Buffalo. Now 2 quick goals back-to-back have put them out of reach in this game. This will be the last opportunity they have to try to get something going here, but as this ball rolls back into the corner and the time ticks down, it will be Detroit moving on to match point 3-0.
Yeah, and as you said, it kind of feels bad for Buffalo. They had those 2 quick goals, and it was all for naught. Detroit, they respond with a couple of quick goals of their own. They put this on a 3-0 series point to advance into the finals, to get the upset once again against all casters, against all analysts, against all odds, against all seeds. They could be advancing to maybe raise the trophy of this Linguini League. I think they can do it. I think the sweep or a 4-1 is in the cards for them. I don't think Buffalo have the answer to this Detroit offense. I don't want to call it offense, although they did have a great number of shots. BW, 6 shots. That's as many as Buffalo combined. They only had 2 players with 3 shots, 1 player with no shots at all. It seems like they want to play defense with that third man back, but it's not paying off for them. They still get scored on a lot. Meanwhile, Detroit just shoot everything they have on Buffalo's goal, and it might not go in. They had 10 shots and only 4 of those go in. but the more shots you have, the more chances you have to score goals, right? I feel like Detroit is playing with statistics, and they are happy to keep doing so.
We will move on to match point here for the Wolfpack. These Eastern Conference Finals to determine who will face the West team that play right after this. BW into the side, get cleared away for his efforts. McNair picking up off the bumps from J Diddles. It's going to be an awkward roller off to the backboard, cleaned up by Twisted. Now with Gomi, a good clear down the sideline. Buffalo already playing a little bit faster and a little bit more connected, I would say. Not really scrambling for anything. Twisted, not in time for that ball. McNair is going to pop this one up over him, but not over Scoops. He gets a good challenge off to the side. J Diddles with the boost, with time, throws it to McNair. He has to turn on this one, and he does. Pops it up high. A little bit more boost to work with here. He's going to look for air dribble. Pops it out for BW. BW to finish a little high, but Gomi will get credited for the save there. A little bit, like I said, like Buffalo's playing a little bit more connected here. As that's a great flipping shot from J Diddles, but Buffalo playing a lot more connected, but Detroit also playing as connected. We've already talked about how they're momentum-based team, and this one, a double whiff, double fake on the goal line. BW will be there to clean it up before the defense can get back. Oh my goodness, 1-0 for Detroit.
So if McNair ended up getting the bump onto Scoops, but it still feels clunky from Buffalo on defense. They got outplayed very easily. The commits were not in the right places, and they really need to clean up this game or maybe rely on own goals. J Dill's almost putting that ball into their own net. If they want to win this, they have to clean it up defensively. We've seen lots of missed rotations, lots of missed touches. We've seen lots of great aerial plays now that Twisted is going to go for. But see, Scoops misses the ball, and now it's an open net for McNair. He can't quite capitalize on it. Gomi back there with a great save. I think he was hesitant, and you see what those misses do, right? They make you hesitate, and it's not going to be a 2-goal lead advantage for Detroit, and this might come back later to haunt them as now Gomi goes up into the air, tries to get the pass onto Twisted. It's going to be McNair with the shot on goal. It's off of the post, but BW is there to drive it in. Both players, they made both of their goals. McNair had the pass in the first goal, and BW put it in. It's going to be the same story for the second goal. Detroit now finally taking that 2-0 lead that we were talking about. And it seems like it's slipping away from Buffalo. They really need to turn this around. As a reminder, this is a serious point to go into the finals, and now Gomi is precisely going to do that. 3 minutes even to go, just a few seconds gone by. That was a great rotation for the back boost. I don't know where McNair was. A bit of a tangle up there on the offense. Kickoff for Detroit. It's closer for Buffalo, but they still need to roll on.
I just wanted to point out right before that goal went in, it seemed like Detroit had Buffalo's number unintentionally, I would say. Buffalo has to now guess if Detroit's going to hit the ball super hard and get a great shot, or completely miss it, put it off the post, and then have a member clean up for them. So now Buffalo in a complete guessing game as to what Detroit is going to do on the offensive half, and it's worked for Detroit so far. Still a 2-1 lead for the Wolfpack. It's going to be a good little team play here. Scoops into Gomi, back to Scoops, but Twisted goes as well. That's the third man. Could be an open net opportunity, especially with the demo on the last defender back. McNair picks off Scoops. It will roll in. Half the game remaining on match point, and it's a 2-goal lead.
And this is, once again, it's a great offensive demo coming in from McNair. I don't think he was going for it. It's just the momentum he was carrying with the ball. But it was a great offensive effort from Buffalo. It was looking great, the drop-off ball into the middle. But then you see 3 players going for that ball, and you know they're dead. All the times we've seen triple commits as now Gomi and Scoops collide in their attempt for an offense. All the time we've seen multiple commits from Buffalo, especially those triple ones. It's always been a goal, as now J Dills is going to put another one off of the side. No one was expecting quite to go that. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just bewildered, same as Buffalo. No one was expecting that to go in. It was just a soft touch. But hey, sometimes those soft touches are the hardest to predict. It's now 2 minutes and 3 seconds to 1 to go. And Buffalo, they have to climb a mountain, 2 mountains, to make this comeback. They need the reverse sweep. Now they need to win 4 games in a row, but it's been 4 goals in a row that they've been scored on. Is now Groups with a great dribble. J Dills going to get the save, and the aerial from back to back sides of the field is going to be McNair. Now what a bumping shot. It's going to be put away by Scoops. That was a great save. Now Twisted goes for the defensive bump. Another double commit, but it's a great dribble by Twisted. Can he make it? Yes, he can. It's going to be a second goal for Buffalo. That was one great conduction from Twisted. He gets past 2 defenders. We see a bit of a miss challenge there from J Dills. BW can only stare as the ball rolls into his goal. Detroit, they need to be careful. The comeback is still possible.
Minute and a half here remaining. This could be a 5th one for J Dills.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
Puts it right into the corner. I think Twisted expected him to shoot down the line, straight down dead center. And just J Dills, I don't know if that was intentional or not. Didn't look like it. Just an awkward touch. Rolls it almost perfectly underneath Twisted. But my goodness, it's just quick goals for Detroit to put them back into the lead even further. Twisted, decent kickoff. Nobody there to follow up for either team. It's going to be Twisted trying to 50 this with no boost. It's going to be cleaned up by J Dills. He throws it out mid. Nobody home for the Wolfpack. Will be cleaned up by the Bolts, but a swing and a miss on Scoops. Twisted has to pick this one up now. It's kind of do or die time now as you're down 3 goals with a minute left in this game. Minute left on your series, on your season. This Detroit, yet another double commit, another double whiff, and J Dills has to rush to get back. He won't. It's now back to 2 with less than a minute remaining.
And this is Caster's curse at its finest, right? We say Buffalo, they're looking great, and suddenly Detroit get a goal off the kickoff. It seems like it's over for Buffalo, and they get another goal. With 55 seconds to go, 2 goals is more than doable. They have a little more than 25 seconds per goal, so they can very much do it. If not, it's going to be Detroit running away with the series. As now we see another defensive attempt from Buffalo. It was Gomi up in the air, couldn't quite get it. It's going to be J Dills now rolling it back onto the other side. Twisted having to stretch there for the save. It's going to be an offensive miss, I think, from BW. Now Goops puts it a bit back into his own field, and the defensive demo offensive story is going to come through. It's a bit of a stretch. McNair with another assist for J Dills' hat trick. It's 6-3 with 23 seconds to go, and I think, my friend, that Detroit have this in the bag.
I'm going to go ahead and call it. That's the dagger here for the series, for the season. My goodness. Looks like the Wolfpack will move on to the grand finals of Linguini League after 2 upsets of the number 1 seed and now number 2 seed. My goodness, I mean, what a series that I would say McNair and BW have combined. So I just credited you, and you have to miss that touch. You know what? I understand. You know what? We're in. I mean, there's a chance now, as there's two goals, you know, that need to be made up for. 8 seconds remaining. You're gonna have to get a kickoff goal right here pretty quickly, and then just hope it for chance for another one as well. So I won't speak too soon. We'll see how this kickoff plays out. Missed kickoff from Detroit. It's going to be cleaned up by Twisted. He does not have the boost nor the momentum to get around that, and that will do it for the Bolts here. Time will tick away. No shot now. Nothing can work out for them. That will be the series. Detroit, the 6-5 team, the number 4 seed, will advance to the grand finals of Linguini League after knocking down the number 1 and now the number 2 seed. And honestly, it really just came down to just defensive mistakes. And I would say Buffalo, it started off with defensive mistakes of double commits, but these errors on the offensive end too, of just double commits, jumping for touches that you're beat to, it just wound up being Detroit that could hold on longer. And that's something that they're going to have to look forward to, or they're going to have to see if they can change it going into the grand finals, as they're going to be awaiting the winner of Maui and Las Vegas, I believe. So my goodness, we'll see how that turns out here in a little bit, but don't go anywhere. We still got way more Rocket League ahead of us. I'm Mixta. This is Gator. We'll see you soon.
Got a feeling it burns in my chest. It's growing larger with every breath I take. When I fight it, I hide it, it takes me down. Yeah, I know we created a mess. It's growing bigger with every choice we make. Yeah, we're here, we keep coming around. The more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. We should burn those bridges, never look back, but in the end we lose ourselves again. Together. Together. The energy, yeah, it's blacking me out. Being so close to you, I'm paralyzed. So I'm breathing it in, everything. Oh, the more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. We should burn those bridges and never look back, but in the end we lose ourselves again. Together. 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 The more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. Together.
I don't wanna care, it's a little unfair that I'll never not care about you. And I don't wanna say, but the second that I wait, no, the words can't get to you. We push and we pull, it's wrong and it's right, it's not black and white. But I know that we'll always be something golden. It's only worth taking to make it. If you took a little time to open up, to see my love, to see my love. It's only worth taking to make it. If you took a little time to open up, to see my love, to see my I don't wanna care, it's a little unfair that you'll never not care for me. I was always scared, no, I couldn't be prepared for you just to be a memory. We push and we pull, it's wrong and it's right, it's not black and white.
Time runs me over, and I burn some thicker skin. Learn to be skeptical of those with good intention. Why is it hard to love without hurting anyone? Are we still young? Are we still young? Are we still
Welcome back, everybody. This is the second series of the night. We have the Western Conference Finals ahead of us for Linguini League now. I'm Mixed. Joined with me now is Anubis. Anubis, how are you doing after watching that last series?
I'm doing great. It was Detroit really making the best or the most of their 4 seed here and showing everybody that they maybe should have been ranked a little bit higher in power rankings and things. So that's always exciting to see a team kind of have a little bit of a Cinderella story moving on through playoffs. It's unfortunate for the teams that they take out, but you still got to love the story.
I agree. I mean, looking at last series, it was a 4-0 sweep completely in Detroit's favor. They had the driver's seat almost the entire series, but now I'm looking at the stats right now between this number 1 and number 2 seed, Vegas and Maui. If there's any series to go the distance tonight, it looks like it's going to be this one. Both of these teams finishing off the season 9-2, a 4-1 Game 5 record for the Tyrants, that one loss being to Maui in Week 5. So these teams have already gone the distance. Maui got the better of them. 3 points separating these two teams, 4 goals separating these two teams. My goodness, it looks like the offense and defense are both relatively equal, but I would say Vegas does have a lot more saves and just a few more shots. So we'll see that they can control both ends of the field. It will be up to Maui to see if they can lock down that midfield. But Anubis, what do you know about these two teams?
Yeah, so last week Maui, the number 1 seed, took on Los Angeles, the 4 seed, and beat them in a 4-2 series after I believe they lost the first 2 games, and then they actually had a sub come in. One hand medic came in for Mocha, and that really turned the series around for them. Tonight, it looks like they're playing without their 100 salary Mac, who I know he is a big playmaker for them. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here with his presence missing. Las Vegas, on the other hand, went against the 3 seed Phoenix, and they swept them last week. So, and this week they have what looks like their top roster salary-wise coming in. So it'll be interesting to see if Maui's one of Maui's lower rosters can keep up with a top roster at Las Vegas.
I agree. I mean, it's going to be battle when you have these two behemoths colliding, both 9-2, both, high seeds, first and second seed. You want to be able to play the best of the best, and it seems like Vegas has showed up with the best. It's going to be Maui. See if the super sub speed can jump in here and see if they can rally the troops. It's going to be a kickoff straight into favor of Maui. It's going to land in the Vegas half. Quick flick there. Going to send it off into the corner. Kick picked up by Gerbil, sent high up into the ceiling. Going to use his flip as well to get that one even further out. Speed. Going to throw that one onto net, but Leg perfectly in position to guard that one. I remember casting him in that Phoenix series. Leg had some great showing on offense, but the spectacular saves coming out from him in that series is what got Phoenix just so confused, I would say, on the offensive end, and it allowed Vegas to get out of their defense super quickly and push out onto the half of Phoenix. So gonna look to see yet another defensive performance from Leg. He's already got 2 saves in the first 40 seconds, but Dyer off to the sidewall, gonna be cleaned up. Leg is not there in time, gets beat by the defender. Speed, try to put this one back out mid. Mocha tries to help them out, gets demoed for their efforts. Back out into the midfield. One head medic, trying to throw that off to the side. Nobody home, gonna find a demo for his efforts as well. Mocha, boost taken away. Medic, gonna get a double demo after stealing that corner boost away from his teammate and the opposing team. It seems like both these teams have been just back and forth. Nobody really getting a good shot on target. This is gonna be a combined save back onto the midfield. Leg on target, gets saved away by Speed Demon, and we stay scoreless here in game number 1.
Yeah, Maui's had a lot of offensive pressure so far, but like you said, nothing has seemed too dangerous. Las Vegas has always had somebody there with the answer. This is really Vegas's first extended stay in Maui's half. So it's good to see. Oh, but that one gets away, and it's an open net, and Speed Demon takes it all the way.
I was trying to find where the other defense was, but I just saw Gerbil. He went up with the challenge with Leg up into that side corner. Just was not back in time. Just miscommunication on the end of Vegas, and Maui will take advantage and score the opening goal here of the Western Conference Finals. Winner of this will move on to the Grand Finals tomorrow, not tomorrow, on Saturday, to face the Wolfpack after they just swept Buffalo out of playoffs. But now, Leg, a good kickoff back into Gerbil, who chips it past the other cheat and uses his momentum to get back up into it. Defense not back in time. It's 1-1 here in the Conference Finals. We've still got a lot more Rocket League to go.
Yeah, you love to see Vegas getting a goal right away, keeping it competitive and not letting that open net really get to their mental. So it's always good to see them battle back.
To the midfield, double demo. Leg could have had an opportunity to put that one away, but sends it off into the side, off to the backboard. Gerbil's touch is non-existent. It'll roll up into the corner now, off the 50. Dyer send a bounce off to the back. It's gonna be Leg. Tries to beat all 3 players, and he does. Mocha now to clean up. 50 to the corner. It's gonna be Gerbil off to the corner. Tire Pants does not find the ball, finds the player. Demon gets killed in midair. Ball will roll down here off to the sidewall. Gonna be a quick shot for Maui. It's gonna be on target, saved away by Dire Pants. Waited a little long to get that ball cleared out, but eventually did. Now Maui seems to be the one having the midfield control, but they run out of boost. Leg will have to take this one into Vegas's favor all the way across the field. Gets picked off. Now Maui for a little 1-2 here onto the sidewall. Mocha past 1, cannot get past the second. That'll be Leg's 3rd save. He's got a savior medal in game number 1 already. Leg looking to capitalize in transition. 2 players go for Vegas, and a little bit of a drop down here. Could see a passing play if Dyer can get there in time, but just in front of Gerbil. And the still 1-1 lead, or no lead, 1-1 tie game. Could be a lead. That gets saved away, 2 minutes remaining. Maui looking to find something on the offensive end.
Yeah, it may not have worked out, but that passing play was honestly really advanced for Linguini. Even some Fettuccini teams don't put passes together like that. So to see Las Vegas bring that out here is really exciting. But Maui so far has looked like a lot of solo plays, and another one comes out here, just kind of a counterattack. But Las Vegas seems to be playing a little more as a team, but just gets a little over aggressive at times, like we see here.
Play as a team all you want, but you're going to lose as a team if you keep making defensive errors like this. It seems like the offense of Maui just got in the way of the defensive end, the Vegas goal line, but could not get anything much more out of that defensive play, and they tried their best, just kept running into each other. This one will be cleared off into the side. 2 players go from Vegas, but Leg first to rotate back. Dire Pants, not the greatest touch back onto the mid. Leg with no boost. Look at this 4th save here, off into the side. Be sent away into the corner now. He's got plenty of boost, going to elect to leave this one for his teammate, but Gerbil does not find contact. Left for Dire Pants, does find contact. Now hand medic off to that sidewall. Double fake there. Gonna be lobbed out to the mid. It's gonna be Mocha to try to clean up, but not there in time. Speed Demon tried to cut them off. It's gonna be popped out into the mid. That's an awkward touch for Mocha. It's gonna be picked up by the Vegas team. Now Gerbil, awkward touchdown. It's gonna be left for Dyer, who does not find contact, and Maui stay alive here on their defensive end. Leg back out into the midfield, but nobody home. Everybody too far back for Vegas. That was just an offensive play pushed too quickly for the Tyrants. Now Maui's on the offensive foot yet again.
Both teams seem to be pushing just a little too much at times and not really solidifying that offensive rotation. They're getting one, maybe two shots in before they have to rotate out because they're just not, the rotations aren't as clean as they need to be in order to keep up that offensive pressure.
Here comes Gerbil, hopefully for a game tire, but it's sent to Dire Pants, who does not get around the ball in time. Leg does not find the ball, finds the player. Speed Demon killed yet again for his challenge. It's gonna be Gerbil trying to clean this one up, does not read the corner bounce. This is dangerous. Maui could capitalize and find the dagger, but as time ticks down, Vegas have to keep this ball up. It will roll down, and that'll be Maui. May not have played together as a team too often, but they'll take advantage of the mistakes of Vegas, and they'll capitalize and take game number 1 away into this conference final.
Yeah, if you're a Maui fan, you've got to love what they came out and did here without Mac Jack, their highest salary player. Like, I was a little worried for them seeing what they would do, but they really shut me up and proved me wrong. So really good to see.
Manfield Knight into the books. Maui stealing this one away, game number 1. They move on with a 1-0 lead. We'll head to Neo Tokyo to see if Vegas can battle back, see if they can clean up their defensive mistakes and these double commits that they've had this game. In game number 1, we'll see if Maui can start working together as a unit more so. We've seen some passing plays start to develop between them, but nothing really came of it. No shots, or no threatening shots at least made. So we'll see if these two teams can clean up their mistakes and start working together a little bit better. We see Vegas, they've had I thought they had a great game 1. You know, Leg getting 4 or 5 saves into that game, but it just almost had just a little bit, I don't know. It seems like Vegas were just there, not in time to clean up for these fast-paced plays. This one gonna get a restart here. The Maui player did not join in time. I'm not sure what happened there, but as we have a little intermission here, Anubis, let's talk stats. You know, going on to goals throughout the season, at least looking onto the website. You know, Vegas, the Tyrants, had 118 goals for, 81 against. Maui, 114 for, 72 against. That comes out to Maui only having 5 more goal differential than Vegas, despite the almost 50 or 40 shot differential between these two teams. So we'll see. I mean, it seems like the offense is completely in Maui's favor, but when it comes to just sheer numbers and stats and pressure, Vegas have the lead. So looking at more stats here, shot differential here. 300 shots, way over 300 shots for the Tyrants, just under 300 for the Ancients. So still, when it comes to pressure and just keeping the ball in the opposition's half, Vegas have excelled at it this season. Going on to saves, only 79 saves for Maui. That means that they could lock teams in their half or just keep them locked into the midfield and keep pressure that way. And honestly think that's what's been the game changer this series so far, especially game number 1. It seemed like Maui had almost complete control of the midfield, but Vegas would just break out from time to time, get some quick shots on, and then immediately we're back on their goal line, saving shots away. So Maui, they've done a great job of kind of finding that weakness into the stats, I would say. Because when you're Vegas, if you have control of the offense and defensive end, the only way really to gap that is to hold them off into that midfield. And that's what Maui's done and excelled at so far. It's just getting good challenges to the midfield, winning these challenges, and just leaving Vegas in awkward positions to try to, reset. The Ancients seem to have had the Vegas number there in game number 1, but not to take away from the Tyrants. They'd had a great series, or they had a great series against Phoenix and had a great game 1. It's just a few mistakes that cost them. And Anubis, when it comes to this game number 2, what are you looking for from the Ancients to see what they can do better to keep getting more wins in the series?
Yeah, so I would love to see just a little bit more team play. Obviously, with this being Linguini, I'm not looking for like ceiling shot passes or anything insane like that, but I would love to just see them at least look a little more, the basic like first passes that you really start hitting in Rocket League of just rolling it through the corner, maybe popping it out off of the wall to a teammate waiting center. So I'd love to see a little bit more of that from Las Vegas. I think overall they just need to focus about not getting too aggressive. I thought that their passing was good. I thought that their defense, when they were set in defense, was really solid, but it was just that transition from offense to defense that got them in trouble over and over again. I don't think that I can't remember for sure, but I don't think that Maui really got many goals, if any, off of like an extended offensive stay. I think it was a lot of counterattacks and just catching Las Vegas out. So Las Vegas needs to work on cleaning that up. And yeah, Maui really just kind of, for now, I guess, keep doing what you're doing. And if it stops working, then adjust. But they've seemed fairly comfortable so far. I am a little worried about once Las Vegas starts connecting on these passes, because there were 3, 4, 5 that happened that really like looked dangerous, and Las Vegas was just a little bit mispositioned and couldn't make it work or shot it wide. So if they can start capitalizing on that, I think Maui's going to start feeling it, and they're going to need to adjust.
I definitely agree. Momentum is the name of the game. We saw it last series with Detroit and the Buffalo Bolts. We saw Detroit just kind of start off a little bit slow, and then once they got their momentum, it was just a train, full head of steam. Then wound up being that 4-0 sweep. So we'll see if Maui can continue this momentum, or if Vegas, had they a great series versus Phoenix last week, they can continue to ride that wave and say, hey, we've played great before. We've got offense that works. We've got defense that can hold strong. Let's just keep cleaning it up, and we can eventually take it to these Ancients. So now it'll be a battle of these two behemoths. Like I said earlier, both 9-2. Great stats, great showing from either one of these two teams. Quick chance gone with the win for Vegas. It's going to be an open net, but no. Gerbil gets there just in time, cuts it away from the second. Going to steal this one away from his teammate as well. Dyer, full boost, but no touch. Trying to give it away from the Legley here. Take it away from me, but now Speed diving in on this one. Throwing it out to a teammate. A little bit on top of the hood. It's going to be cleared out into the midfield yet again. Medic doing a good job with his mechanics to keep this ball in play. That could find the mark. No, just off the crossbar and out. Now Wolf off to the backboard. Not ready by the defense. Quick follow-up. Will find the mark. No, post and out. Leg somehow recovers on the goal line, and we stay scoreless here in game number 1.
Those kind of shots are always heartbreaking, and they just got to feel for Maui a little bit there, hitting both the crossbar, left post, and then the ground, and not going in. But good on Las Vegas to not give up on that play.
Off to the side, barely sneaks this one away as Maui. It's played out into no man's land. Not a defender in sight. Mocha trying to find a touch here, almost fakes Gerbil. But Gerbil able to get to that ball in time. Now Medic, that's a little bit of a missed touch, trying to clear that one away from the defense, but wound up putting it right into their laps. Leg demoed onto the sidewall. Gonna relinquish some of this pressure here for the Tyrants. Taken away by Speed Demon. It's gonna get instant challenge by Leg. All of the Ancients caught off guard. It's a 1-0 lead in game number 2, and my goodness, what just happened?
Looks like Las Vegas gave Maui a little bit of their own medicine. Maui just got too aggressive, had two players right next to each other. Both kind of seemed not really sure who was going to go for it, and their third just pushed up a little too far, and Las Vegas saw that and just sent the house.
The health right there off the kickoff, too, was either one of those two teams. Almost gets played away. Now, Leg back up to the midfield. A little bit of a handoff here from the Ancients. Leg demoed on the goal line. I mean, when you got a player that's getting 4 or 5 saves a game, you want to be able to take them out of the play as much as you can. This one, combined pinch from the opposition, almost read by Speed Demon, but this would be put off into the side. Well, gonna roll neutral here to the corner. Nobody really instant challenging this. Seems like either one of these two teams are happy to just give the ball away to anybody else. Leg, we saw him get a beautiful double tap last week against Phoenix, and now, even almost as equal of a beauty here, he buries this one. Oh my goodness, 2-0 to the Tyrants.
Yeah, Maui really needs to keep trying to take him out of the game. He seems to kind of be their rock so far of both offense and defense. That amazing double touch, and he's had several good saves here. So Maui needs to maybe keep going with that bump meta and just keep demoing him, getting him essentially not playing the game.
2.5 minutes here for the Ancients to find an answer. When you've got Leg scoring double taps like that, and your defense is just a little bit shaky, it's going to be a tough ask for you. But this will be put out straight back into the midfield, and Wolf does not get around that ball. And I've seen a common denominator between the shots on the Ancients. They're putting too much onto their wheels and not enough onto the corner of their cars, whether they're trying to hand off the ball to a teammate, put it away from the defense. As long as you can hit that ball hard enough and on target, something will break on the defense, especially in some of these lower leagues. I mean, a great defense has, multiple cracks in it still, as we see here. Dire Pants will jump on this misplay and put it back into the net. 3 now for the Tyrants, but I was saying, even a great defense has its mistakes and its cracks. You just have to be able to exploit those cracks and bury some tough shots and hit the ball just a little bit harder, make the defense jump.
Yeah, if you're Maui there, pretty unfortunate, but we got to see how they can bounce back from this. There is still time left, but with the offense that they've shown in this game thus far, and like you said, just no real power on their shots, you got to wonder if they do, in fact, have enough time. I did like on that last goal attempt from Maui, they did finally send someone to demo when the shot came in. So, and there comes in another demo. So they are starting to get a little more physical.
That was a great play there, too, because the third man of Vegas had a clean shot lined up. And it was only that demo that it gave Maui a chance to break out of the half like they have now. Pressure here, but no boost. Speed Demon just trying to fake out the defense. Still faking. Finally gets challenged by Dire. No, be cleaned up. Medic trying to find a touch here, but Vegas more than happy to waste time here and just kill this ball, kill this clock. Medic now, last back, gonna have to rush to this ball. Does not find the boost nor the ball. He goes around both. Now it's Dire with an open net. Finally gets bumped off the ball. I believe that was Speed Demon who knocked him out of the play and wound up making him pinch the ball off the post and out. Nobody there on Vegas to capitalize for that mistake as well. But still, pressure here for the Tyrants. Maui on defense. Gonna be a quick shot from Dire. Saved away off to the side, off to the post and off the corner. Here comes Gerbil. He's gonna elect to back off this ball. Maui on some sort of roll here, but it's too little too late. That's 3 goals that they need to make up for in 15 seconds. There's one. There is a chance, but my goodness, has this game gotten away from them.
Yeah, it's theoretically possible, but with what they've shown this game, again, you got to wonder if they really can do it in reality. Las Vegas starting to bring in some demos too, getting a little retaliation, and for a second there, it kind of looked like it was going to prevent Maui from getting any sort of shot there.
Touch off to the ceiling. We'll send this one away, and that will be it. That will be game number 2 into the books. We have got an even series on our scoreline now. Maui taking game number 2, 2-1 fashion. No overtime, but this one answered back by the Tyrants. They'll take this one 3-1. They say, hey, I'll do you one better, get an extra goal there. But still, 4 saves for Gerbil, 2 saves for Dire, and the player that you expect to have all of those saves combined is Leg with 0. But he was really running the offense that game. I mean, 5 shots to his name, 2 of them went in. Only 300 points for it, though. But Gerbil, the man on the ball the entire game, will get those stats, will get those points. MVP of game number 2. If they can keep that momentum and pressure up, as it really just seemed like Maui, whenever they got onto the offensive end, they could not get anything going. And then Vegas, how threatening their offense is, were just shutting down Maui's attempts to break out and eventually forcing mistakes in that defensive end.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the number of shots, Las Vegas only had 1 more shot than Maui did for the game, but obviously the shots were more powerful, forced more saves, and so Maui has the offensive presence, but they just could not finish it out. So they need to figure out what's going on there.
I agree. I mean, it's going to be up to Maui to see if they can clean that defense up. They had a good defense going into game number 1, and they held strong on the mistakes from Vegas. But when when mistakes aren't happening on the Vegas end, it's tough to try to take advantage of them. You've got Maui now sitting back, seeing if they can find some sort of gaps into this defense, but they have not shown hardly any since game number 1. It's going to be Leg now. Starting off game number 3, it's going to be Maui pressure. Off to the backboard is Mocha. Answer is there. Off to the side. No. Speed Demon cannot get there to find the answer off that backboard. Medic going to rotate out. Grabbing some boosts. Going to be lobbed up for Leg here. That could have been dangerous, but the contact is not made. Leg will find an exit bump off the rip, though. Off that corner, it will open up the goal line. Whether or not he can hit the ball, he can definitely hit a player, and then this time Dyer will hit the open net.
Yeah, Las Vegas really just picking up where they left off. No momentum lost. They still going with those bumps that they started getting in at the end of last game, and they're bringing back some of their passes from game 1. So they didn't connect on that redirect, but that's still dangerous that it was even almost an option. So Maui just seems to be a little bit forcing touches and not necessarily having a plan for them, whereas Las Vegas, everything seems fairly planned out right now.
1-0 here for the Tyrants. That's a swing and a miss from Gerbil, or excuse me, Dyer. Gonna be left to Leg to clean up. Trying to find a touch here, off to the corner, still going, no boost, but still going. It's gonna be eventually sent out back to Dyer. A little bit of a pot shot there, just trying to find something mid for his teammates. Leg awkward off to the corner. It's going to be another awkward save. Still gets in the way of it. Now Gerbil to clear. He'll play it back into Leg. He gets past the last man back. Now Leg with a tough read off to the corner. Can he find it? He can't. It will be Maui to clean up into the corner. But my goodness, there was 2 quick shots saved away by Leg, and that very well could have been a game-tying goal for the Ancients, but they come away with nothing. Speed Demon trying to find something here. His shot is wide, still cleared away by Leg. Mocha has to dive on top of Leg to get that ball back into the mid. It's going to be a quick shot. It's going to be bar down. It's going to be in. One-hand Medic will open up the scoring again for Maui, and now it's a 1-1 game.
Yeah, Maui really needed this goal here. Bar down, maybe a little bit lucky. Maybe he placed it, but breaking that drought that they've had and tying this game back up really is huge for morale. So hopefully they can keep that going, and maybe that's the answer. Maybe long shots and just some solid counterattacks is what Maui really needs to be doing against this pretty stalwart Las Vegas defense.
3 minutes remain here. There goes a player on the defensive end, gone with the wind. It's going to be sent out to the mid from Mocha. Swing and a miss from Gerbil off that touch. Now Leg. 20 boost left to clean up. Using most of that boost to get to that ball, and now cannot find the touch to clean it up. Seems like whatever mistake that Vegas does, there's somebody there usually to clean up for them, whereas Maui does not really have the same thing going for them. Especially right here, the last man gets demoed. It's gonna be pinched off the crossbar and down, and then own goaled by the defender. I think he thought the ball was already in, gave up on the player, just an unfortunate landing. But regardless how you put it, that's 2-1 Vegas.
Yeah, a little bit heartbreaking for Maui. You gotta chalk that one up to a little bit of luck, and but yeah, really good on Las Vegas for still looking for those exit demos, because those have been a game changer thus far for them since they started incorporating them near the end of last game.
Leg does not find touch there. Well, he gets cleaned up by Dire Pants, but still not a lot of boost on the end of Vegas. But Gerbil, that's a great beat on the defensive end, and now Dyer played straight into him. He'll redirect this ball back on target and into the net. That's yet another 3-1 lead for the Tyrants. They won game 2 this way, but now 2.5 minutes left here. Can they get more?
Yeah, you could see the trust that Vegas had there. Dire Pants was waiting upfield that whole time. He knew, I have 2 teammates back. It doesn't make sense for me to rotate back. I'm going to trust them to get this clear, and I'm going to be there for the follow-up, and it comes true. So that trust is a huge factor, and honestly something that is missing in a lot of lower-level gameplay And so Las Vegas, again, just showing us that they're, oh my lord, that they are showing why they are one of the best in Linguini. This ceiling read here, difficult to do.
Very difficult. That's a great read from Gerbil. He had to manage his boost on that as well. Didn't have too much in his tank, but just enough to get that second touch and send it over the Maui defense. My goodness, everybody just looking up and praying he did not hit that, but Gerbil says, all right, here comes the rain. Sends that one down. It's a 4-1 lead now for the Tyrants. Demo's flying on the end of the midfield. Dire throws this one off to the backboard. Off target, still cleared away by Speed. Now Gerbil, high onto the backboard. Leg is up, but no shot comes from him. Now Medic into the corner. He's going to do battle with Dire here. Dire wins this exchange, and he'll send back into the corner. Speed gets past him. Now Gerbil gets 50, but still manages to get this one up. And the 50 game from Vegas has just proven so much better than Maui's. It's just any challenge that goes between two players on the opposing side, it comes out as a Tyrant's win and sent back into the Ancients' half. But now, a minute remains here to score 3 goals. They had a minute last time to try to score 2, or they tried to score 3. They got 1, did not get the next 2 in time. Maui definitely backs against the ropes now. This is pretty much a decider game. You want to be able to see who can swing the momentum in their favor. As Vegas won the last one, Maui won the first one. Here comes a second goal for Maui, and that'll be 42 seconds to score 2. Still momentum on the side of the Tyrants, I would say.
Yeah, Maui, like, they needed to score there, otherwise it was going to look all but impossible. 42 seconds is entirely possible, but they definitely need to bring back a little bit of that offensive presence that they had in game 1 and clean up some of these defensive mistakes. There's been a lot of double commits, and also just figuring out these 50-50s, like you said. So far it's seemed a little bit like a 70-30 in favor of Las Vegas, but so Maui needs to figure out how to manipulate those, how to take different ones, something to stop this presence that Las Vegas has had in their half nearly this entire game, and that's not going to be the way to do it.
So great 1-2 play. Vegas starting to find each other now, just exploiting the defense mistakes right there. Gerbil just led the ball into the wall and just made Speed go into the wall as well, made him eat the wall. Ball bounces out mid, and it's just a quick cleanup for Dire. 13 seconds remain, 3-goal deficit. That will do it here for game number 3. Despite dropping that first game due to some defensive mistakes and some great solo plays from Maui, Vegas have been on a tear now. This would be an 8-3 run in goals as they close out here 5-2 in game number 3. They move on to see if they can secure match point in the next game, or if Maui can hope to stay alive and not go down 3-1 in the series.
Yeah, again, like, the shots from a pure stats perspective don't look that one-sided, but there's only one save coming out from Maui, and that is the only shot from Las Vegas that didn't go in. So it kind of seems like right now, whenever the ball's in front of Maui's net, it's going in. So they need to clean up their defensive mistakes, figure out what is happening, just trust each other a little bit more. If you're Vegas, you've got to be feeling good right now.
I would agree. I mean, you've got some great momentum on your side. You've got some great game wins, some very convincing game wins where you're just kind of dominating the defense of Maui. You're forcing them into awkward plays. You're getting some great physicality, especially on that third man back. You're forcing those first 2 to commit. Ball goes over them. Remove the third man, and then you've got an open net. And I think that's what led a lot of that accuracy there in game number 3 was just a lot of open nets and cleanup plays. Whereas Maui, that third man has got to keep their head on a swivel and got to play a little bit more patient to avoid the physicality and to avoid overcommitting, which has cost them so many goals in these past few games.
For sure. Las Vegas just seems like the more comfortable team right now. They never seem like they're panicked. The side of Maui, it definitely looks like in offense they're kind of rushing to try to get anything going, and then in defense kind of the same, just scared of it being in their half. And so they need to calm down a little bit and just play their game that they all know that they can play.
Ball quick off the rip here, sent back out into the midfield. Leg beats 2 defenders, and like I said, that third man just has to be more careful. This time there's 2 of them, they both go. My goodness, the Leg is just faster. It's an open net opportunity, an open net make. That is the first goal for the Tyrants here in game number 4. They look to take match point, and they're looking to take it very quickly.
Yeah, that's a much easier read from the offensive side, but if you're Maui, you still got to have somebody back in net waiting for that.
Get the off into the side. It's going to be left for Maui to clean up, but Dyer did not see his name tag. He gets into that ball very quickly. Gerbil now with a drop down, saved away by Medic. That could have been an opportunity, but Leg again swing and a miss. Dyer last back. A demo there on Gerbil will relinquish some of this pressure, but a demo traded back, and now the Vegas back on the offensive end. It's going to be shot on target, this time saved away. My goodness, it was not an open net opportunity this time. They had a defender back, but Maui trying to send this back off into the corner. Both defensive players put them in awkward positions. They still get away with one here. Gerbil launching Leg to Mars onto that play. Still gets to that time, or still gets to that play just in time. Now Gerbil launches this one high, making speed, uses boost. Tosses it to Medic. Medic does not find contact. A little bit of a swing and a miss on that demo as well, as Mocha had to stand strong and not get demoed by the defense. Something that Vegas has done so well about is just killing that third man and opening up so much passing lanes, so many opportunities, and so many goals for their favor. 3.5 minutes remain now. Game number 4. Still a 2-1 lead for the Tyrants. They've won back-to-back games, 2 and 3. Leg. 8 boost. Gonna take this away and send it back into the corner. 2 players go into the Maui corner. Dyer wins that exchange though. Gets sent back off into the side. Since that first goal, it's been pretty neutral, but this will be one. Leg does not find contact onto the ball. That was yet another open net, yet another miss, and this time yet another open net. This time cleaned away by Leg. Less than 3 minutes remain here, and my goodness, the defense has just cracked.
Yeah, that open net miss was pretty lucky on Maui's part, but you know, as we say in Frisbee, disc doesn't lie, or in this case, ball, and Las Vegas gets it right back. So Maui really needs to figure out kind of just calming down and playing. It looks like they're trying to play the same game that they would if they had their top roster, just an overall smothering offense and not needing a ton of defense. But with the roster that they have, it just doesn't seem possible. And not like this isn't all just on them. Las Vegas is playing a fantastic game right now. So, like, at a certain point, what can you do when you're playing an opponent that's just playing so well right now?
It's definitely a tough task ahead of the Ancient, excuse me. But like you said, Vegas, they see what's in front of them and they're starting to pick it off. They're making these defense jump. They're making the defense go at them, and then the last man who stays back, if he wasn't a part of jumping and going for that first challenge, then he's usually out of the play due to a demo or a bump or just getting in the way, an awkward shot. Something is going wrong on the defensive end for Maui, especially at that third man position, and Vegas is causing 99% of it. This will be sent off into the side. Beat Demon. Watch his teammate fly past that one, but luckily gets a touch over Leg. Still cleared away into dire pants, though this could find the mark. No, saved away at the goal line is Mocha. Now Gerbil passing the ball to himself. Trying to find some sort of lane, trying to make the defense jump here as more physical plays come through. Leg does not kill Mocha, though. Stands strong. That stands onto the goal line now, as both of those players swung and missed on that challenge. It's going to be left for speed here. It could be on target. No, cleared away at the last second. I think it was off anyways. Medic now to keep this ball alive, on pressure, on target. Here comes Wolf looking for Medic, but denied by Leg. And now the air carry. 2 players go. It's going to be Gerbil, I believe, to connect on that one. My goodness, the exchange of offenses here late in game number 3. Game number 4, I can get numbers right eventually. It's a demo onto the third man. Gerbil out of the play will respawn with 33 boosts, free rotation. Dyer off the pass from Leg off into the corner. 40 seconds remain here now, and Maui's still on the back foot.
Yeah, so far it looks like the difference on offense is that Las Vegas has somebody who's always there to clean up. So if they miss a shot, they have somebody there to clean up for the easy net, whereas Maui it looks like they're just not as coordinated right now, and maybe have that person for the first goal or for the first shot, but after that they kind of just are letting off pressure. So I think that Maui can definitely bring this back like next game, but they're really gonna have to start doing that and start rotating a little more solidly and trusting each other. But credit where credit is due, Las Vegas is playing a solid series right now. Other than game 1 where they got counterattacked a little bit, they have looked pretty flawless for Linguini.
I would agree. I mean, I think you brought up a great point where it like about coordination. When Vegas is on the offensive end and Maui is on the back foot awkward, Vegas has a plan. As soon as they cross that midfield line, Vegas has almost a exact plan of just forcing the defense to make mistakes, forcing them to come out of net, force these awkward balls like up high in the air that makes more than one player jump, demo that third man, wreak havoc on the goal line. They have a plan for this Maui team, whereas when Maui crosses over that halfway mark, it just seems like they're taking chances and just throwing it for the wind to correct. And when the Vegas is playing such a good offensive and defensive game, that's not something you can afford to do. You have to be able to come in and go at the Tyrants with some sort of plan, some sort of play to make it work. I'm not saying run an I formation football maneuver, but you've got to figure out something and go at these Tyrants with something else, because it's not working right now, and now you're on match point.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you, you being a higher level player than me, if this is your team, what, like, if you are Maui, what mistakes have you seen from Las Vegas that you can exploit, and what do you think that they need to change up? Because right now it is do or die for them.
I mean, you've got to be able to start winning more challenges. You've got to be able to get into the face of Vegas and exploit some more challenges. They're not making a lot of mistakes. To answer your question, they're not making a lot of mistakes. The mistakes I would say that they are making is just some awkward plays on their defensive end where they're having to rely on their teammates to cover up for themselves. Like right here, a swing and a miss from Dyer, but it's picked up by Leg. He's going to try to flick the last man back, but nobody home to bury this one away. Seems like Vegas ran out of players there to keep cleaning up for themselves, but that's the mistakes that Vegas is making this series. They are getting some awkward touches, some missed touches, but they have somebody behind them. They have a plan for their mistakes. They have somebody behind them at all times. If you're Maui and you can just secure a little bit more boost off of these misses, secure a little bit more footholds onto the end, and not let Vegas clean up after themselves here onto these missed touches. But Leg is just so good at these dribble plays, so good at breaking out of his own half, and now a good passer too, but this one gets sent away regardless. Yeah, if you're Maui, you have to be able to start putting a little bit more pressure onto the Vegas end, because they're missing touches on the defensive end, but nobody there from Maui is there faster than the teammates behind him. And speaking of Gerbil, Speedy is to this play. 3 minutes and 51 seconds remain here in game number 5, match point, and Mocha just did not find contact. I think they were looking high for Dyer, I believe. Contact did not come out, and that's a quick goal for the Tyrants.
Yeah, if Maui was able to get that clear, though, Las Vegas did send 2 people there. So, like you said, Las Vegas is making mistakes. They did double commit there. They're just not being punished right now. And again, they're getting away. This one really wasn't a mistake from Las Vegas, but Maui just seemed they were turtled up in net. Joke, unintentional. They were turtled up in net, and just no one seemed to want to take that first challenge.
I was looking at the replay there. I was watching the medic's perspective. It looked like he had that front line covered. Is this one? Nobody having this covered. This comes in off the kickoff. What happened here? Kickoff by Leg. Mocha gets a great dunk over him. Gerbil just not there in time. Speed Demon leaving up to their name. This one will go into the net. That's hope for Maui. But like I said about that last goal that went in on the Vegas side, it looked like Medic had that front post covered, but was scared, did not want that shot going behind him. He backed up at the last second, and him backing up gave a free post shot for Leg. That's just a good shot too. It's hard to save that even if you were in the right position. But Maui with some momentum off of that kickoff. My goodness, what a pinch from Medic. This could find the mark. It will find the mark. 3.5 minutes remaining. That's tie ball game.
I don't think that we have ever seen a Cookster pinch like that in Linguini, let alone Linguini Conference Finals. So credit to One Hand Medic. I don't think I've ever hit one of those, so good on him for bringing it out on one of the biggest stages that we have in UR.
Conference Finals, always got hype behind them. And now with the statistics of these two teams, always got hype behind these two teams playing. Still a 3-1 lead in the series for the Tyrants, and this will be a 3-2 lead for the game for the Tyrants. Still 3 minutes remaining, still plenty of time, but now it has become a powerhouse of two offenses. This time Vegas getting advantage.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of an unfortunate touch coming out there from One Hand Medic. He was trying to come off the ceiling and maybe floor pinch it or something, but if you're one of his teammates, you almost just got to call him off there and just let him come back down. But again, good on Maui bouncing back. They're showing that even though they're down 3-1 in the series, they are not just going to give up here.
That one almost getting double tapped straight into Mocha and cleared, but luckily that ball getting a little bit more height on it from the double tap. But that's the mistakes that Vegas has been making, but now they just ran out of players to cover up for themselves. This one, high arcing ball off to the backboard, almost read by Gerbil. Two players go for Maui, but it works out as the defense misses. Dyer getting bumped off this ball. It could be an open net opportunity. Nobody there for Maui in time. Mocha has to get there. Diving 50. Off to the ceiling. Off to the backboard. Shot by Medic is on, but saved by Gerbil. Now to get sent off into the side. Contact not made by Speed. That's going to be a Las Vegas transition. They get sent all the way back immediately. Almost read by, I believe that was Speed. I saw that Dominus go. Medic cannot find the double tap. This time, put it back into the middle. Now Mocha. Great challenge, gonna put this one off to the backboard. Leg needs to make a touch, he does, but it's just straight back out into the Maui offense, straight into their waiting arms. This one, awkward ball, set back out into the midfield yet again. Now Mocha, last bag, having to guard Gerbil. Gerbil launches this one away for his teammate. My goodness, I'm trying to keep up and I just can't. This ball, all the way back out to the midfield. Seems like whatever Vegas does, Maui has an answer now about getting this challenge as one, but that's an awkward ball, not flying in front of the net, so no shot coming of it. That's a dim onto the third man, so Vegas rushing back now, minute and a half. We've seen some fire underneath Maui.
Yeah, it's definitely they need to do all series and get these bumps, get this trust coming in. There's still a little bit of hesitation on some of these plays where they almost start going for the double commit, but it's still a start to at least stop once you realize that, hey, I'm about to go at the same time that my other teammate is. So that's at least good to see, but they definitely need to keep going that way and keep showing that just these little flashes that they're showing right now is not just that in flashes, and really show that it's going to last the entire game.
Oh no, and this one, what even happened here? I saw the challenge here, the ball got sent away, but I thought that Mocha got this one cleared and it was over or underneath Gerbil, but Gerbil, I guess, just reading that perfectly, somehow sitting on top of the challenge. And my goodness, if that's the way Maui goes out, that's heartbreaking, but they fought so hard here to stay alive in game number 5. They still have a chance, still less than a minute remains, but pushing towards closer to that minute mark. That's a bump up to the defense, but nobody there to clean up. Speed does not have boost. He has to 50 this. It goes high. Nobody going for Maui. 2 players missing from Vegas, and still a chance here. Off to the sidewall. Speed gets this one taken away from or by Mocha. Another great 50-50 with that Finnick. We'll put that off into the side. Now Speed, a great 50 challenge again, and now Maui are starting to roll with these challenges, but one diving attempt at a shot will cost them here that pressure. But Gerbil gets faked out by Speed. Hold on. He's going to bump Speed off of that ball and get back at him for it. There's been so many mistakes on either one of these two teams' end. It's only a matter of time before pressure busts pipes or pressure makes diamonds. This one gets cleared out. Remaining seconds of the conference final of Maui's season. They have to get something here. They do not find it. This could be the end. This could be it. It will be own gold. 5-3. Vegas will move on. We have our grand final set, and my God, what a series.
Yeah, even though the series looks a little one-sided with it being 4-1, like, we gotta credit Maui. They did play well overall and showed why they're here. But Las Vegas today just really clutched up and showed that they're here because they're a solid, consistent team, and just showed that. And a lot of times in Linguini, that's what it comes down to, is just consistency. You don't necessarily have to be doing flashy plays and like going for ceiling shots or double touches, even though they touch. You just need to be the more consistent team, and honestly, sometimes that's all it takes.
I agree in that. That series total, it did seem pretty one-sided on the scoreline and on the goals as well. Vegas doubling the amount of goals that Maui had, 16-8 throughout that series. But Maui, like you said, put up a great fight, especially in that game 5. They looked so good, but it just came down to a few lucky plays, a few mistakes, and just a few goals into Vegas's favor that will close out their season. But Vegas, they move on to the Linguini League Grand Finals. They will meet Detroit. It will be another battle between a 4th and a 2 seed. Detroit looking all right in that last series against Buffalo. Despite the finish, it was a 4-0 sweep. Still had a lot of mistakes to him. But Vegas, they looked almost in control the entire series, I would say. It's going to be a tough battle between those two teams. So do not miss that series. That will be played at 7:30 Eastern time on Saturday, this Saturday, for championship weekend. That'll do it for Linguini League tonight as we move on to Fettuccine League here after the break. I'm Mixta. Joined with me was the commissioner, Mr. Commissioner Man Anubis. We'll be back with you with another series here soon.
strangest addiction. I could say I'll quit without any conviction. Broke my own heart this time for believing that a ghost could find a body alive that hasn't seen the other side. So don't call me, I'll find something to escape my mind. What's the cause when there's no love lost between us? So burn the letters, there's a tragedy strangest addiction. I could say I'll quit without any conviction. Broke my own heart this time for believing that a ghost could find a body alive that hasn't seen the other side. So don't call me, I'll find something to escape my mind. There's a tragedy in every ember. What's the cost when there's no love lost between us? So burn the letters. There's a tragedy in every ember. In every ember. In every ember. ask me what's going on inside my head, I say nothing at all, I just need some rest. Cause conversations never help, so I'll keep them to myself. Cause what's going on is better left unsaid. Cause my heart hurts you, no I didn't mean to, but a broken heart is so contagious, and my mind can't keep dragging yours so deep into every fracture between us. You should run for cover, but you never leave my side. Always there to comfort, and it tears you up inside. But my heart hurts you, what the hell did I do? Cause a broken heart is so contagious. Don't know how long it'll take for this to fade, like lost under the waves I'm about to break. And I know that I'm the one to blame when you're holding up the weight. I'll be drowning without you. Leaves me feeling guilty when I'm not alright. Cause I take you with me every time. And we're falling quickly with no end in sight. And I hate that it's all my fault. Cause my heart hurts you, no I didn't mean to, but a broken heart is so contagious, and my mind can't keep dragging yours so deep into every fracture between us. You should run for cover, but you never leave my side. Always there to comfort, and it tears you up inside. But my heart hurts you, what the hell did I do? Cause a broken heart is so contagious.
Welcome back to the fettuccine half of this stream. I'm still Mixta, and we've got a great series for you tonight, along with a new co-host with me, Mr. Starcoin Hero. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Unfortunately, the second camera's turned on, my light turned off, so that's fun.
Ah,
But yeah, I'm having a great night. I was actually watching the Linguini League, and wow, Las Vegas. That's all. That's all I've got to say. Las Vegas. But let's not dwell on that too long. Let's get into what we have now in the second half of the stream. We got the one and only Fettuccine League. And first matchup, we have Portland Journey versus the San Antonio Revenge. And now I've heard great things about both of these teams. And I don't know about you, but I think this is going to be game of the show. I think it's
I
going to
would
steal the
s-
show.
I would agree. I mean, I was talking about last series, Maui and Vegas. If I said if one series tonight was going to go the distance, it'd be that one. I was proven wrong, but now I'm looking at stats yet again, and I cannot help but think that this series could go the distance as well. We've got great statistical players on the San Antonio side. We've got top roster for Portland. We've got some powerhouses going. Both of these two teams, 9-1 records, undefeated in Game 5. 2 points separate them in league play. Only 35-33 in favor of Portland. Only one individual game loss difference between these two teams, 27-9 to Portland, 27-10 to San Antonio. Both teams triple digits in the goals for, both around 30-50 in the goals differential. Both pretty equal in the save category as well, but the shots also only 5 apiece different. The only thing is that San Antonio has a 55 shot differential compared to Portland's 18. So when we're looking at this series, we're going to see some heavy hitting offense, some great saves on defense, but it seems like San Antonio has that edge on the offensive end that will let them create more pressure. It's just going to be up to Portland to see if they can hang on tight.
Absolutely. If I were Portland, I would absolutely prioritize just making sure that you can get those saves and making sure you can shut down San Antonio on offense, as they have an electric offense and they're going to be really, really hard to stop this series.
Well, we will wait no longer. We will get these players onto the field. It will be San Antonio in that baby blue and Portland in that pale brown. It'll be a battle of the colors here as both of these two teams. Very, very bright colors. Hard to read those names. We'll see if we can do our best. It's going to be kickoff. One into Portland's favor. Kava now. Kind of a highlight player to watch throughout the regular season and last series that they played last weekend. Had a good series between them. A little bit of a rough start, but they wound up pushing through and taking that series win. Two players go from San Antonio here. It's going to be one by Ghost here. Off to the side, take by Flaming Truck, off to the backboard. Looking for a double tap, does not find it. It's going to be Jungle to try to make up for it. Does not find contact either. Now Slum locking this ball into the corner. A good fake there from Kava, but chips the ball just a little too high away from him. In the first 30 seconds here, Star, it seems to be all Portland.
Absolutely. This first drive from Portland has been so aggressive and just so controlling, as we have a goal from Portland. Incredible field control from the Journey, as just they did not let that ball get out of that San Antonio side for more than 10 seconds at a time. They kept it deep in San Antonio territory, and it worked extremely well for them as they go up 1-0 45 seconds into game number 1.
Good play.
And now looks like Surge. Oh, Surge almost gets a shot, but Kava's there for the save. We expected a lot of saves here, and another one from Flaming Truck. Smashes it straight into him as Slum going up, tries to go for the aerial. Will it get over it? All up to Jungle, but Jungle manages to save it. Hit it straight into Kava and will get cleared by Ghost. Good defensive stand from San Antonio there, Mixta.
That seems, I mean, like I was saying, it's a good calculated fake. You know, make the defense jump, get them awkward. It's going to be tough nerves here in game number 1. It's almost going to go in again. It will go in again. Yet another fake. 2 players go, 2 players miss. Portland with a 2-0 lead here in game number 1. And this really, I would say it stems down to game 1 nerves. Nobody on the San Antonio side really knows what Portland's doing with the ball. And honestly, I don't think Portland knows either. But, I mean, it's 2-0 lead, 2 goals regardless, back to back. 3.5 minutes here in game number 1. San Antonio need an answer for this defense. They keep double committing.
Absolutely. Portland starting off almost perfectly, going up 2-0, 1 minute, 30 seconds into the game. Now driving down to the San Antonio side, gets stopped at midfield though by the defense, and another shot on goal from Ghost, but Kava's there for his second save of the game there, as Ghost hits it on target and it gets past Kava. That is a goal from San Antonio, and they get on the board. Ghost manages to hit it in from half court, and Kava was just not ready for it.
Nobody expecting the power to come off that Fennec, especially, you know, off his wheels. It looked like he got a lot of power off of those wheels, you know, from the corner of his car. I think he just got just enough of it to lob that one over the defense. But now a defensive mistake. It's an open net, a foot race, but Surge does not get around it in time. Puts it actually off the post. I think he tried to put it behind the defender who was coming in so fast into that play. Wanted to try to confuse his speed and throw it behind him, but this one just goes off the post. And now Portland trying to rear back here. Truck off to the post again. I think both these teams have some accuracy issues here in the middle of game number 1. Kava now down into the midfield. Nobody home. Slum misjudges his aerial. Will back off that play. Now Truck gets called off by Kava. Sent out to the midfield. 2.5 minutes remaining here. Here comes Slum. Do battle with the San Antonio player up to the midfield. Truck now looking for a double, still denied, this time by Surge. It's gonna be Jungle to try to push out with them. Ghost getting bullied his last back in the net, but gets just enough of a touch to get past 2 defenders, and now Portland on the back foot. Here comes the counterattack, taken away by Slum, but here comes Surge. Plenty of boost, plenty of time, tries to get a flip, he almost uses his flip to backflip into it. My goodness, despite the 2-1 lead right now, San Antonio have had some great looks.
Absolutely, and once again, let's talk about that Portland control. They are just so good at keeping it in the opposition side of the field. As it doesn't look like it right now, but for a good 30 seconds, that ball did not go over that half-court spot. It stayed deep into the San Antonio defensive position, and unfortunately they were not able to capitalize off it, but that possession really makes up for it, as you have the lead and you can take time off of that clock. As Slum going for the shot, but will hit off of Jungle. He is there to tap it down, stop that momentum. A minute 10 left on the clock, and now it is in Portland's side of the field, as it looks like Surge tries to challenge that and does manage to stop the momentum. 60 seconds left, and San Antonio has got to get a goal to tie this up, but Portland does not want that to happen, and they are showing it. They are playing like their life depends on it. Look at this defense from Portland.
All will go high off that flick off the challenge, and I agree with you. The defense has held strong pretty much this entire game. Only one mishap that went in. It was just a good shot from, I believe, Surge. This one lobbed off the backboard. Jungle tries to get to this one. It's bumped off the ball, but he was not making too great of contact anyways. Surge backflipping into this one. This touch will go straight into Keva's arms. This ball lobs out into the midfield. Ghost trying to lob this one either for a teammate or making the defense jump. Either one, it works. Defense goes, and now Jungle cannot find contact. Ghost demoed, or not demoed, gets insta challenged by Truck. High lofter off to the ceiling makes Kevu rethink his decision of taking that ball. Still played into this corner, and no matter what San Antonio does, they are met almost immediately by a Portland player, except for here. Nobody goes, leaves San Antonio for their own mistakes, and they sink into that corner. It will hit the ground, in Portland come away with game number 1 in this conference final.
What a game from Portland. Almost perfect, except for that one mistake that led to San Antonio's only goal of game number 1. It was just all Portland, just playing so controlling, so aggressive, and yet so defensive whenever they needed it. There was very, very good. Did not let really a single goal in, as it was really just Ghost that got that shot off, as nobody was in goal, and it was just a lucky breakaway. But Portland will take game number 1, and hopefully for San Antonio, they are able to bring it back in game number 2 of the series.
I agree. I mean, it seemed like a relatively close match. I mean, the shots, San Antonio had almost 4 more shots compared to Portland's. There was a Portland player that didn't tally a single shot. I couldn't see that name in time, but there was a Portland player that did not have any shots on the board and still came away with that game. So we load up here on Neo Tokyo. Portland stealing away game number 1 from the Revenge. It'll be up to the Revenge to see if they can clean up some of these touches. It really came down to a lot of missed touches and misplaced balls from the Revenge, as they just kept playing away from each other and just not getting the great touches. And Portland was just sitting and lying in wait to take those plays away from them and capitalize. So now we head to game number 2. Still a 1-0 lead for Portland. A great decisive game number 1. It'll be up on the Revenge to see if they can capitalize here and not let 2 open nets go in off 2 dumb mistakes. This one will go, and Kava will send this one straight into the top corner. It's another 1-0 lead.
8 seconds, and Portland takes the first lead of game 2. And it looks like there San Antonio just kind of got turned around and just kind of got caught off their game and just were not able to save it. But hopefully that does not happen. They get back into that mindset, be like, okay, guys, we can't let that happen. It only took 8 seconds for them to score on us. We gotta get back into that. We gotta get back on our A game.
Ball will launch into the corner. Slum trying to find something of it, but a little bit too spicy for his liking. Kava off to the side. Will get played back out into the San Antonio defender. A little bit of 1-2 passing play here. Kava cannot cut it off. It'll be 2 players going yet again, both combining. They may as well tie their Phoenix to one another, as they've double committed a lot this game. This will be all gold by Salam. He could not get there in time, does not want to leave it, and it cost them bad.
Wow. What an unfortunate turn of events for Slum right there, as he was in a pretty alright defensive position, but just the angle was off and he hit it into his own goal. And that gives San Antonio their first goal of the game, and that will tie it up 1-1 as we are about 60 seconds in. And now ball once again in front of Portland goal, but will get cleared by Kava. Ghost going for the aerial to try to hit it down and hit it back towards the Portland side, but Ampion gets it and clears it back towards it Portland side. Ghost gonna try to hit it in with the floater, but Slum goes up for it and saves it. Surge tries for the shot on goal, but Slum shuts it down immediately. And another shot on goal from Jungle, but will get shut down by Kava. And Surge and Ghost with a double shot on goal there, as ball driving down to the San Antonio goal will get cleared by Jungle. Surge going to try to center it up, try to slow down the ball's momentum so Ghost can get a better shot on it, as the ball's kind of rolling towards Portland's goal, but Slum does manage to clear it, has control of it, gonna just try to dribble it on the ground a little bit, will get shut down by Jungle as Kava hits it away. Ghost will go up for it to try the aerial, is pretty close, but Kava will hit it away, clear it. 3 minutes left on the clock, as Ghost gonna try to center it again, but gets shut down immediately by Slum, but Slum with the shot on goal, or Surge with the shot on goal, and Surge hits it in, and San Antonio take their first lead of the series.
First lead and a great shot, just perfectly placed. Kava, they're at the right spot, just at the wrong time, diving off that backboard just a little bit too early, uses his flip a little too early, and winds up catching that ball with his wheels, and it rolls in regardless. He almost had that save and almost got that cleared away, so the defense still there for Portland, just the timing just a little bit off on that one play, so nothing to be too ashamed about. You're doing the right things, and honestly, I wanted to touch on what happened earlier. There's a play, what happened as this one almost gets home gold. A little bit of a trade disease here between these two teams, but I wanted to point out what happened. There was a play where the ball got lobbed straight up into the middle of the net, like in front of the goal line. 2 players on the backboard and 1 player diving up in the air to go get it, and as that ball stalled out into the midfield, 1 player stayed on the backboard, the other one went down. So that's some great coordination here from the Journey's defense. I think they continue to prove worthy here of that defensive medal. It's here, they still battle back against the San Antonio offense. Now Slum forces 2 players to go. It's Jungle and Ghost combining yet again. Now Kava off the backboard, denied by Surge, straight into Truck though. He's gonna elect to leave this ball away, but Ghost is having none of that. Will insta challenge that ball. Truck does not find contact, leaves it for Kava. A little quick shot, and he's sent off into the sidewall. Swing and a miss here from either player. Good fake there from Kava. Truck trying to find some heads there on the goal line, see if they can clear up any space for his teammates. Here comes Slum with a great play. Truck not there in time. It gets set off the post, doubled out, and Journey. The Journey cannot come away with one there.
Yeah, very unfortunate. A perfect setup from the Journey attack, but the finish just was not there. And that is what can kill you, is if you set up the perfect play and it's just one more move away to strike it in, and it bounces off the board. And that is what can really kill your team morale, as everything was going right, and then all of a sudden everything was going wrong. And Journey has to get another goal to tie this up at 2 as we go into the final minute of game number 2, as we have a demo from we got a Forest from a Flaming Truck. And now it looks like Jungle gonna try to charge down the field, get into the Portland side, but will get cleared, as now that is Ghost gonna try to go up there and to clear it. Ghost manages to get past a Portland defender, will try to center it up, but Slum is there to deny it. 30 seconds left, marching down the field. A little bit of a stalemate there, but will get centered up. But oh, what a save from Ghost with the demo. Incredible gameplay from Ghost right there. What a smart choice to go for that demo, as looks like we have almost another center, but unfortunately Portland is just not there to capitalize on it. 7 seconds left. Portland's got to get this in. Looks like it's centered up for San Antonio. Flaming Truck going for the aerial, and it will not go in as it touches the floor, only 5 feet away from the San Antonio goal. And just like that, the Revenge tie the series up at 1. Incredible match.
The same scoreline as game number 1, 2-1 finish here, avoiding overtime. San Antonio, despite the amount of double commits they've had this game, they still managed to take advantage of Portland's mistakes and that one unfortunate own goal by Slum. We'll try to pay attention away from that, but still, it's a great showing from either one of these two teams. Portland has some great offense and some great defense, and San Antonio, it's not really been flashy. It's just been smart Rocket League. Aside from the double commits, it's just been smart Rocket League, smart Smash Mouth Rocket League too, having a lot of great demos into their favor. pushing Portland's players out of the way, getting some good shots on target. So shots a little bit more even, almost exactly even actually. Exact even in shots, exact even in saves, but all of the goals here in this game were assisted. So these two teams are almost identical to one another into this series. We'll see how it plays out in the decider game in game number 3 to see who can take the series lead back.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see, as both of these teams have taken one game and both of these teams have been so close with their strategy, with their stat line, and it's just been so fun to watch these two titans go at it.
We will load up here on Neo Tokyo yet again for game 3. Don't let the map confuse you. This is game number 3. We will see who can take the series advantage here in game number 3. This is Ball. Rolls into the middle off kickoff. Straight into the San Antonio side. Goes trying to find some sort of a touch to break out of his half, but does not find any. Now Slum, pass 1. Looking for the third. Bumps him off the ball. Ghost does not find contact, and Jungle has to get there in time. But watch out. The Portland Journey have overextended there and almost cost them off the mistakes on San Antonio's end. So Slum gets 50'd onto the side. Cavo looking for something to send to Slum on that exchange. Does not find it. A little bit of a drop down here. We'll find the backboard. Cava gets in the way of it. It's going to roll in, but Slum there just in time. He had plenty of boost and plenty of time in that net to secure that save. But here comes San Antonio yet again. Cavo has to stand on his head and backflip into that ball to get that cleared away. And off the rip, despite the one attempt that Portland had, it's been all San Antonio. Here comes another attempt here. Finally cleared away. First minute. My goodness, what an exchange.
Absolutely. Usually it is Portland on the attack and just being able to keep it in the San Antonio. What a save from Ghost. Wow. What a shot and what a save as we go into the second minute of game number 3. Cava just manages to put a stop to the drive of San Antonio. And as I was saying, usually it is San Antonio on the attack, just managing to keep the ball in control and keep it deep in the San Antonio defense. But this time, it is San Antonio doing that, as that is a shot on goal from Jungle, and that is the lead for San Antonio. What a shot from 3/4 down the field. Look at that. That was incredible.
That was a great shot. I mean, if you're looking at that play, I mean, 2 demos obviously look good to have to get some pressure, but the 2 demos were on the 2 players that weren't going for that ball. It was all Jungle. It was going to be all Jungle no matter what happened of those demos. And Portland just not ready to secure that. They thought they had the pressure. They thought they had everything secure with those 2 demos. They sit in the house. It bites them. That's a quick San Antonio goal. 3 minutes now remaining. It's going to be off into the San Antonio half yet again. Portland struggling to find an answer here for this offense and for this defense, for this physicality. Finally, Truck gets a demo onto the goal line of San Antonio, but the one problem is that the ball is in their corner. Now, everybody rotated back. Truck with a good touch. Trying to send it to Slum, but it will bounce off to the corner. 2 players combining here on Portland, and Cavo has to rethink his decision here and rotate back as this ball bounces high. 2.5 minutes here. Game time on. So both these teams just sending everything at each other. San Antonio getting away with one. Portland struggling to find their first goal here in game number 3. Ball off to the side. Here comes Cava trying to find boost. Gets denied. Truck, hard pinch off to the ceiling. Nobody home. It's going to be a late jump from Jungle and the other defender, Surge. It's going to be sent away, though. These double commits just not being punished on San Antonio's end. Portland just cannot find anything to make of it.
Yeah, if you are Portland, you want to be able to punish every mistake that San Antonio makes. As if they double commit, as if they miss a ball. You want to be there to capitalize on that. And in game 2 and 3, Portland just has not been there for that, as Ghost goes for the fake, and then Jungle is there to smash it in with 1:50 on the clock. That is the second goal for Jungle and the second assist for Ghost on the game. And that is a 2-0 lead for the Revenge. And looks like San Antonio has come to play. They haven't come to just get swept by Portland, as Portland played really, really good in game number 1. And since then, it has been all San Antonio.
I agree. I mean, Portland has just been kind of off that slow start they had last series. It's just they have not been able to get anything going aside from that one play or that a couple plays they've had that just rung off the post or just denied last second. San Antonio seems to have had full control into their half. This is dangerous. Double commit yet again, but the defense they stand tall somehow. Now Kava off to the corner. It's gonna roll. Still back into the corner, set away by the defense. It's gonna be a counterattack here. How is this a counterattack as there's hardly any boost on San Antonio's side, but Portland are just giving it to them. They want to rotate back and they want to make San Antonio work for these goals and then try to catch them on a counterattack here. As we see here, Kava trying to find Slum, but it's just not working. Less than a minute remaining here in game number 3. It's been all San Antonio, and Portland, despite the pressure they've had, despite the 3 shots, all by Kava, they cannot find anything to go for him. Yet another demo here. It's going to be Slum into the corner, doubles it on accident, kills the pressure for it, but Truck still out and back into the mid. He's going to look for heads on the goal line. It's a great shot by Kava, and signs of life from the journey. They're back within 1.
Perfect play by that Portland attack, demoing the goalie and just giving San Antonio no chance to save that. As, like you said, we are within 1 with 32 seconds left. This is very, very possible for Portland. 1 goal, 30 seconds. I believe in him.
Here comes
As
the
a shot on
off the
goal!
post. Out. Oh no, it's heartbreaking. That could have been the game tire, but 20 seconds left here. They need another one quick, Star.
Yeah, they do. Kava gonna try to make something happen, but Surge is there to shut it down and get it back into the Portland side of the field. Just kind of keeping it up in the air as Jungle tries to go for the smash in, but does not connect. 1 second left. Final play. Keep it off the ground, but there's the goal from Surge. In your face, Portland. Surge wants his goal, and San Antonio wins the 3rd match 3-1, and that goal was absolutely unnecessary.
Unnecessary
Wow.
indeed. I'm going to call him out for that because if he let that ball hit the ground, that was going to be the 3rd game in a row, all 3 games being a 2-1 finish. But you know what? Pad your stats, do what you want. You earned this game. You took it away from Portland. Bravo to you. But now we move on to game number 4. This could be San Antonio's match point game. It will be Urban Central that we'll go to decide their fate. Portland, like we said, I mean, 4 out of 5 shots from Portland all came from Kava. You got to be able to get more involved on the offensive end if you are Portland. One of these players on this team either has 0 or 1 shot to their names. So they've got to be able to push it a little further. They got to be able to do a little better and move forward with this pressure and just be better. You've got to be able to take it to San Antonio. You've got to be able to capitalize on their double commits that's happened so often. It just seems like whenever San Antonio double commits, that 3rd man is bumping the 2nd player of Portland out of the way, so it's acting as a double commit as well. So Portland have to space out a little bit better, keep their heads on a swivel, find each other a little bit better, and be able to hit some of these passes that they're getting from their teammates to be able to break out of their own half, and that is the key to success for Portland. San Antonio, as long as they clean up these double commits, it's their ball game to lose.
You are absolutely right there. And really quick, I want to bring it back to that last game. Ghost with all 3 assists. And that's what is very underrated, is assists right there, setting up all 3 of those San Antonio goals in that game as Flaming Trump comes in hot, but Ghost is there to shut it down and get the save as another sitter comes up, but it's off the backboard. Slum is not there, and then he will get demoed. Thanks for trying. You just got blown up. And now it is Ghost on the drive, gonna go towards the Portland side of the field, gonna center it up for Surge, but Surge is not there. And then Jungle hits it, but does not at a good angle off the backboard. Slum going to hit it down, and then
no.
Flaming Truck. Oh, what a fake from San Antonio. But Slum is there to apply the pressure. Ghost gonna try to challenge it, but Kava pretty much come away with it. It was a pretty neutral there, but it looks like Portland got the upper hand a little bit. Ghost gonna try for the shot on goal, but Slum hits it out of the air. And now it's Slum on the attack, but will get shut down by Jungle, as Jungle has a pretty good shot to center this up and gets over Kava, but Flaming Truck will save it. And then it's Ghost to center it up for his teammates. and now goes to center it up again, but there's nobody in striking position. That is crucial for Rocket League. If you have someone centering, you must have someone striking. San Antonio did not in that situation.
I agree. And when you look at San Antonio's gameplay, especially on the defensive end, you look at plays like this, where the shot just comes through and nobody there to save it. Slum will get the goal here, the opener for Portland, and that's the sign of life they need if they hope to stay alive in this series. But I wanted to go back to my point. When you look at the defensive mistakes and the double commits from San Antonio, you wonder, how are they doing so well in the series? How are they taking it to Portland? And then you look at plays like this where they're just getting consistently good touches, they're getting great shots on target, and they're forcing the defense to make very crucial mistakes that they're taking advantage of almost all the time. And then you're like, oh yeah, okay, maybe that's how they're winning. But here comes a quick shot off from Surge, gonna get saved away by Truck. Two players onto the backboard now, hoping to guard this one away. Cavo, pass one, pass two, gonna be picked up by Truck, takes this one away from Cavo, and then sends it back and straight into the defense. Now Truck, a little bit of awkward play here, will follow it all the way through, and then finally somebody on the San Antonio side gets contact here. Truck trying to send this back into Cavo, but the momentum carries him too far past the ball. Truck doing his best right now to try to keep this ball in, but I think that's all three Portland players there and gone. Cavo, low boost back on the defensive end. He has to find a touch here, and he does. Portland, despite that hyper aggression on the offensive end, especially led by Truck, they come away with nothing. They still stick to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Portland is there, or San Antonio is there to shut down. Same with Portland, really. Just the defense has been pretty solid for both teams in this game. As a Flaming Truck tries to drive it downfield, but gets shut down. Cava goes for the touch, but does not have the angle. Pretty much hits it back towards his own goal. As Jungle with the shot at the awkward angle does get saved by Cava, and then another save by Cava. Cava with two saves in a row. Ball's up in the air, goes for it, trying to put it in the upper left corner, but Flaming Truck manages to get up there, and almost on goal from Surge, but just not able to get the angle as Ghost comes up from behind Slum and just blows him up for no reason at all. And now Cava looking to try to drive down. Cava gets past Surge. Flaming Truck manages to does not manage to get the goal, but Slum is there. Flaming Truck gets a little bit caught up, gets behind the ball, but luckily Slum was in the perfect position to knock that in. Portland goes up 2-0 with 90 seconds left in the game.
And you look at two players from Portland's side, probably the two with some of the best mechanics in Fettuccine, I would say, and they've already combined 2 goals, 2 assists now. Slum and Cavo putting a great show on here in game number 4. They want to stay alive and force an even series after San Antonio started to run away with it in the previous 2 games. Cavo now off to the corner. No boost to read this. We'll stay onto the ball though. Now we'll leave it. Slum misses his touch there and tries to get it away. Truck, who's done a great job of just being a physical presence on the offensive end, just getting in the way of San Antonio and forcing them to make mistakes, forcing them to make a reaction to do something. This shot not on target, still forces a jump from Slum. Truck now with a great 50-50 win yet again. We'll look to get another one. He does not get there in time. It's going to be a transition here for San Antonio. But Surge, the lead man, the lead blocker, gets demoed for his efforts. AP and Jungle now over the wall, over the crossbar. Will not find contact. Ghost now past one. Does not get past the second. This Portland Journey defense is proving so much better than they were in the previous 2 games. Almost reminiscent of game number 1. Now they hold on super strong, but this is a mistouch from Cavo. Could be dangerous, but Truck over the defender, over the San Antonio player, misses his wave dash almost entirely, but still 2-0 lead here for Portland. San Antonio, they need one now if they want to try to move on to match point. They will be denied. No, this one will find the back of the net. I thought a Portland player hit that, but it wound up being 2 whiffs, and now 7 seconds remain, and there is a chance for an overtime.
San Antonio has life. 7 seconds down by 1. This is not over just yet. A goal in 7 seconds is very possible. We saw a goal in 8 earlier on in the series. But Flaming Truck goes for the aerial, or goes for the demolition onto Jungle. Cava hitting it up. Gale is up. Oh, no! Shades of Justin! Unbelievable from Ghost. We are going to overtime.
And that is so demoralizing. If Portland lose here, there is almost no faith for them in game number 5, as they've just had so many heartbreaking things go against them. And now a 0-second goal. They had the lead for almost the entire game, 14 seconds. Oh my goodness, 7 seconds, excuse me, 7 seconds left, and they got just 1 goal against them. And then off the rip, off the kickoff, it was just a great play, a missed touch from Kava to put it onto the backboard. He tries to follow it up himself and doesn't find contact. San Antonio able to put that through, but that's all 3 of them. That Jungle, with a great recognition of the play that he was last back, had to get in the way of that one, and he does. And my goodness, what a leaping save from Ghost, barely getting to that in time. Truck now, a great 50-50 also on target, will get saved away. My goodness, Portland, off the rip of this overtime, have had so many great chances just saved away at the last second from San Antonio. Here comes another one. It will get denied on the goal line. This one pitched hard across mid. It'll be Ghost now. Over Truck, he misses. It will be Truck to try to do something there with that ball, but just the awkwardness of that play entirely just stalled it out. Now Cavo, low boost here. We'll try to get past Surge. He does not. It will be Slum off to the backboard. This could be a chance. A miss from the defense, but nobody there in time. All Portland players into the corner, and they are overcommitting. They want this goal in. They want it in now. They do not want to be down 3-1 in this series. They do not want this overtime to last any longer. But San Antonio are kicking and screaming and scratching to get out of their half. It will be a battle of the ages here to see who can steal away game number 4 from the other team. And this one, they will float it. It will get saved off the post. Ghost somehow gets there in time. A shot here from Capo underneath the crossbar. We're level at 2-2.
Wow! What a game! And what a finish from Kava. Absolutely unreal from Portland. Managing to stay alive in that overtime for a minute and a half. When it looked like they were playing sloppy, Kava just comes in and says, I will save my team. And that is exactly what he does. Ties up the series 2-2.
If there's a series for me to lose my voice over, I'll let it be this one. It's fine. I completely understand. I mean, Kava having that awkward misplay at the 0-second goal that pretty much cost them that win. Regulation, it forces an overtime, it forces a lengthy overtime, but San Antonio really didn't have hardly anything going for them in that overtime. Portland said there is no shot, not a snowball's chance that we lose this game because of that, and they turned on the Jets in that overtime. My goodness, that's the best I've seen Portland play in the entire series, let alone just that small overtime. But my goodness, just shot after shot, save after save, Portland finally managed to break something on the San Antonio half. And they do it in style. They seal away game number 4 into the books. Urban Central going their favor. They move on to Utopia Coliseum. Never mind, we're back on Urban Central for game number 5. No matter, no pay attention, it's fine. We still have a ball game on our hands, and it is level 2 apiece.
Absolutely. I'm excited for this game number 5, as at first it was Portland starting off the series 1-0, and then it was San Antonio coming back to back, turning it 2-1, and then it was Portland in overtime, finishing it off and tying the series up 2-2. And I believe that this game in the series will be the most important so far, as this puts you on to series point. And being on series point is a huge advantage, because you have to win less matches, and also just a mental advantage as you have that 1-goal buffer, and it puts some pressure on the opposing team. As it looks like Flaming Truck on the attack, but will get saved by Ghost, but Slum gonna try to hit it in. Surge gonna go up for it, but the goal, or the shot, was not on target anyway, and now it's Surge gonna try to charge downfield, but Flaming Truck will shut that down. Try to get a shot on goal, but gets over it. Jungle is there to save the shot from Truck, and then Jungle will get demoed by Kava, as now it's Kava gonna try to center it for one of his teammates, but Flaming Truck was there, but Ghost shuts it down. Slum goes for the challenge, and Slum gets the goal. What a shot!
Look at the catch he has here, just a pop off the wall, and then somehow still has enough boost. Doesn't have a flip though. If he had a flip, that could have been even faster of a goal, but somehow has enough boost, has enough car control to push that ball even further, and it goes into the net. That's a great momentum shift for Portland. San Antonio now on the back ropes after dropping that overtime last game. They don't want to start dropping a lead in this series. Is now, oh my goodness, Surge almost dunks the entirety of the defense. And all three players go, but this is another misplay, but it's gonna sit out. Another shot rings off the post. San Antonio, the thing I credited them for earlier was just their precision and their great shots and their consistent touches. And now the very things that I credited them for, the complete opposite is happening, and they're starting to lose a hold onto this series. Here comes a good shot, saved away at Slum. My goodness, it gets sent off into the mid yet again. Truck gets in the way of it. Now Slum cannot get there in time. Jungle trying to find something into the back half of Portland, but gets bumped out by, I believe, Kava, who does a good 50 there. Now Truck, a great 50 in the sky, will also stall this ball out. And these two teams doing battle here late into this series.
Absolutely, and as you said, all of the things that you were crediting San Antonio for, they have just completely stopped. That's what, it's very easy to do that whenever you get a lead in a series. Like, oh, we're up by one, we don't have to play so hard. But you do. If you take your foot off that gas pedal, then you will get past. And from what it looks like, that's looking like what Portland is about to do, unless San Antonio can get their stuff together and can bring it back. As shot on goal from Kava. Flaming Truck gonna try to hit it in, but Surge is there to shut it down now. As now it's Flaming Truck hitting it away back to the San Antonio side. Kava getting an awkward touch, sending it back to his own part of the field. And there it is. That is how you strike back. Jungle getting the goal off the assist from Surge, tying it up 1-1. And now the San Antonio Revenge are starting to look like their former self. And it looks like they're going to take revenge for that overtime match.
They will indeed. It's 1-1 now here in game number 5. It's deciding who can go on to match point. Slum swinging a miss on this one. Leaves it for Cavo, though, who's such a precise shooter off the kickoff. My goodness, I think Slum faked the defense here, but just a swing and a miss off Ghost. And then Jungle had to rethink his challenge as Slum, but left that for Cavo, and just a chip shot underneath the crossbar will find the lead here for Portland. Yet again, 2 minutes remaining, and Portland want this series point.
Absolutely. That was such an amazing shot from Kava there. Surgical precision, as that's another goal from Slum, and the San Antonio defense is cracking like an egg. Look at that. They're just letting goals go by.
That's just a great read from Slum, too. Good 50 from Truck to put that onto the backboard. It drops down perfectly in front of the net. And the defense, like you said, it was cracking. It's just not getting in the way of these balls like they used to. Now, off the ceiling, it's going to be Ghost. Low boost does not get to the ball in time. Now Jungle, slow touch off to the backboard, does not find the double tap. Here comes Surge, it's denied as well. All three members of Portland stuck onto the goal line, and they all get credit for something there. As now they break out onto the San Antonio half. Truck steals the corner boost. Now Slum trying to push Jungle off the ball. Cavo past the second defender. It's only one person back. It's going to be dropped right over the crossbar, but somehow, some way, Ghost gets a touch, and off to the side we go. Double 50 there from San Antonio. Straight back on the Truck. A double 50 yet again off the bar and in. Call it luck, call it skill, call it what you want. I call it 4-1.
What a triple pinch from Flaming Truck there, as it goes off his own teammate and a player of the San Antonio Revenge. But it does not matter how you get the goals. All that matters is that you get them, and Portland is absolutely getting them in this game right here. 4-1 lead, and San Antonio has got to get back into this game pretty quickly here, as Surge going to try to go up for it to stop the shot. Appia and Jungle going to try to center it up. Will get shut down by a Flaming Truck. Ghost going to try to do the same thing, but this time it's Kava shutting it down. And now they are playing that field control, keeping it on that San Antonio side, as once again, just keeping it on the blue side of the field. Ghost going to get past it. It's all up to Kava now, but does get an awkward bounce and just could not judge where it was going. And now the ball is back on the San Antonio side of the field once again. Surge misses the wall pinch. Slum just get the shot on goal, but Surge is there to save it. Ghost gonna go up for it, going to hit it in, and that was almost a goal, but Kava was there to save it. 22 seconds left. Oh, what a bad angle from Jungle, but that's not a bad angle, but that is a great save from Kava there. 13 seconds left, and it looks like this game will go to Portland unless they can pull something out of their magic sack. But Kava with a shot on goal gets saved, and that will be it. And they will just let it hit the ground. Portland takes the lead in the series, and San Antonio is cracking. They've let up off that gas pedal, and that's what happens when you let off the gas pedal. You get passed. It's something we see far too often in esports and just sports in general, and that's what just causes a lot of comebacks to happen. Is just that foot lets off that gas pedal, and then you see this car just zooming straight past you, and there they go. They've won the game.
Agree. And I thought if Portland lost that overtime last game number 4, I thought if they lost that overtime, it would be over for them. That series would be done. The mentality would just be gone. I did not expect it to be the same way in San Antonio's favor now. To be, if they lost that overtime, then it would be demoralizing. I mean, I understand it being a demoralizing loss. You know, you had match point at your fingertips and it just slipped away from you. Portland, I mean, I mean, San Antonio's had the lead and comfortable control of this series, I would say, up until this point. You know, even with that overtime goal from Portland, they've had a comfortable ride here from games 2, 3, and 4, despite losing that game number 4. I mean, it's you cannot have that one goal, that one game loss when the series is still tied, demoralize you. You've got to be able to take everything you have and send it to Portland, because Portland were they were rejuvenated, if you would, after that goal, after that overtime, and they sent everything. They just started playing with so much aggression and power and confidence against San Antonio that San Antonio, really, it may not be a mentality thing. They just may not have an answer for this aggression.
That is very possible, as Portland does look like it is. They are playing a little bit more aggressive, as Ghost gets the early shot, but does get saved. Jungle goes up for the shot on goal, but gets shut down by Slum. Surge gonna hit it off the backboard, gonna try to go for the tap, but Flaming Truck is there for the tap as well, and will hit it back towards midfield, but not for long. Jungle hitting it off the board, and that is a shot, but no! It's off the crossbar, but will get smashed in by Ghost. And wow! Look at that! Look at the ball just staying there.
Oh no!
Wow!
There's no comment to that goal. I mean, there was. Oh, I have not heard of Prospect Panic in so long, since Prospect was a rank in Rocket League, but that was Prospect Panic. That was everybody flipping out and freaking out onto the goal line, wanted to get that goal in, wanted to get that goal out no matter what. Everybody was panicking to hit that ball, and hardly anybody did. Just managed that San Antonio was on the good portion of that side where they weren't backs against the wall onto the goal line. That ball somehow manages to find its way through. So that's a quick goal. Quick little awkward play, if you would, from San Antonio to give them a lead here in game number 6. They want to try to force at least a game 7. It's now Portland, like we mentioned, on match point after that bloodbath we saw last game number 5. A 4-1 victory for Portland. This one gonna lob down off to the side. Almost gets a double tap as Kava, but he's gonna get sent by Slum. Ghost with a good challenge. Still sent away down the midfield, down the line. Here comes Kava. He's gonna have to wrap around this one. Maybe looking for a Doomsday Dish. He's got the flip, but all 3 players from Portland go. Luckily, Kava with enough boost to get back. This one gets sent away, high and away. Almost gets the 50-50 out of their favor. It's gonna be a shot on target. It will be a shot on target and in. AP and Jungle will clean up the misplay, and that is a 2-0 lead for the Revenge.
Absolutely, and this is what they need to get themselves back in it, as we see an absolutely surgical shot from Jungle to just manage to hit that into the top left part of the goal, just barely away from those 2 Portland members. That was about as close as you can get to a save without it getting saved, and San Antonio takes 2-0 lead, and this may be what they need to revive that mentality, that game 2, game 3 mentality when you were on that roll, as Jungle clears that ball away after the shot from Flaming Truck was on target as the ball gets centered. But oh, there's an open goal. It's all up to Kava, but Kava demos the attacking Surge. And that probably just saved the goal right there, as Jungle's going to hit it off the sidewall. But that is a pretty accurate shot from a Flaming Truck, and then Flaming Truck hits it to the side, going to try to center it up for one of his teammates, or maybe himself, as Flaming Truck puts his team on the board, 2-1. Portland is now on the board, and they still got some life in them. They got 2 minutes 30 to work with, and they are absolutely not out of this. They are on series point. By the way, don't forget that. San Antonio needs this match.
I completely agree. They have to win this to stay alive, keep their season alive. They have the lead here still. I was looking at that play that just went in. Flaming Truck getting a good play off to the corner and follows it up himself. Ghost was actually on his way back to get into the way of that, and I thought he was going to take the line for the boost, not the boost, the ball, and hit the ball off the post and try to get it some sort of touch away from the defense, or away from the offense, excuse me. And then saw Truck on the ground still and tried to do the same play he did a couple games back, to where San Antonio was on the back foot, but Ghost with a good demo opened up time for them to get a clear, and he tried to do it again. Truck just jumped out of the way, whether it was intentional or not, just jumped over him, and it wound up being a goal for Portland. But here comes Portland trying to send the house yet again. Here comes Kava off to the sidewall, does battle with Surge, wins that exchange. It will be sent back into the corner from Ghost though. It's a hard 50 from Truck. It will go neutral, and now Surge. I mean, Ghost combining yet again. More double commits here from the San Antonio side. Reminiscent of what we saw early on in this series. 2 players go from Portland. Cavo kind of forcing that ball and Truck out of that corner. Here comes the offense yet again. We try to be red here from Slum. He's got the speed, but not in time. Surge is there. Off the ceiling is Cavo. Both players miss on the defense. Here comes Slum. He can't get around the ball. Here comes Truck for the dagger. He cannot get there. And this ball will somehow stay out of the San Antonio net.
Unbelievable width from Kava. That was to tie it up, but there it is. Kava with the amazing angle. That, I believe that definitely makes up for that width over there. Ties it up 2-2 with 1:05 left in the game. And this is it. This is for the Fettuccine League Western Conference Championship. One more goal for Portland, and they win it. As long as they can get a goal and shut down San Antonio, they'll be your champions. Ghost's gonna try to go up for it. 1 minute left. Tied up at 2. Jungle goes to try to hit it over to the Portland side, but gets shut down. And now it is deep in San Antonio territory. That is a shot on goal, but Surge is there to save it for San Antonio. Flaming Truck gonna try to clear it out of his side of the field. And then Slum and Surge both going for it. Just kind of hits it back up. Kava trying to clear it. Jungle hitting it to the side. Kava dribbling it along the floor. Gets past one, gets past the second. But it goes off the corner. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ball just kind of floating through the air. Flaming Truck gonna try to get himself situated so he can go for that shot.
Wait a minute.
But no, it bounces off the bar. No, it bounces off the post. 15 seconds left. Gets centered up for Portland, but Appian hits it away. Flaming Truck with the awkward angle. Appian, Jungle, and Surge driving down the field. Surge gonna center it up. Will get cleared by Slum. Gonna try to keep it off the floor. Ghost keeping it up. Will touch the ground. Whoa, this is so close, Mixta. This is so close.
This is Rocket League. This is actually good Rocket League. Now, Truck with a good save onto the goal line clears it into Slum, but he does not make contact. And now Truck gets instant challenge. Here comes Ghost off to the backboard, and San Antonio pick up right where they left off at the end of that regulation period. They have the pressure here, but now Portland, awkward play here, gets in front of each other, does not get a good touch. That'll be Slum. Almost intercepted, but it's swing and a miss from either player. Now it's a long lofting ball. This could be the championship, but it's going to get sent off to the side. Kava now off to the side. Truck not there in time. It will be Surge to clear. Here comes Slum. Now he has to get boost. He misses that mid boost. I think it got taken by a San Antonio player. The San Antonio's offense stalling right there, waiting for something to happen. And what happened was Slum instant challenging them. Now Jungle, no boost. Over the head of Ghost. Will be cleaned up and taken by Surge. He's got time, but Kava's rushing in and closing in fast. Will be high up into the air. Jungle now to clean up off Slum's backflip. just the third man playing so far back for Portland. It's bailed them out of so many long clears from San Antonio, and I feel like I'm almost as nervous as any of these players. Minute here into this overtime. One goal for Portland will do it. One goal will not go in. It will be diving save from Ghost yet again. Minute and a quarter here. Elite Truck does not get the 50 in, and San Antonio surviving this overtime.
This is so incredibly close. 1 minute 30 in overtime now, tied up 2-2 for the series and for the Fettuccine League Conference Championships. If you are Portland, series is 3-2 as we have a shot on goal from Flaming Truck, but Surge shuts it down, saves it, and clears it off to the side as Slum gets bumped by his own teammate. Now Jungle gonna try to go for the big breakaway, but Slum manages to clear it, and now it is in the Portland side of the field, and Ghost gonna hit it, gonna try to center it up. Kava goes up for it. Jungle challenges for it, and it will get cleared back to midfield. Gets off the sidewall from Surge. Slum going up for it, but setting up Jungle for a double tap, but does not connect with it. Gets up just a little bit too high. Surge with a shot on goal. We are 2 minutes, 10 seconds into overtime. Ghost gonna try to center it up for his teammate. Jungle is there to shut down the shot from Kava, and that is a goal from Jungle! We are going into game number 7. 2 minutes and 21 seconds into overtime. Portland crumbles and San Antonio take it. We are going into game number 7, and I cannot call this game number 7. This is just so close. This is too close to call. It could go either way. This is for the championship right here. This is to be the Fettuccine League Western Conference champion. Just an unbelievable 6 games of Rocket League we have seen so far today, Mixa.
The first conference final of this season to go to game 7. This will be, honestly, what we've talked about earlier. I mean, I thought, like I said, I mentioned that I thought Maui and LVP Linguini would go to 7, and now San Antonio and Portland I also thought would go to 7. Here we are at game 7. My goodness, on that last play, the San Antonio game winner to force this game 7. I mean, Portland they had an opportunity. Truck realized that he had a player downfield. He smelled blood in the water, and he completely just disregarded the player in front of him. And that one doink of a touch over the head of Truck cost that game. And San Antonio will move on to game number 7. We advance to game number 7. We have a series on our hands, folks. This could be decided by 5 minutes of just good, high-pressure Rocket League, and this could all come down to just one singular mistake.
Absolutely. It probably will come down to a single mistake with how little mistakes these teams have been making, except for those couple of games where San Antonio was a little bit off their game. There have not been many mistakes, and I am expecting that to keep up. And I'm excited to see who will come out victorious and who will raise that Western Conference trophy.
Players will take the field now. Nothing has changed. It's still San Antonio in that baby blue and Portland in that pale brown. We have seen this exchange for 6 games of Rocket League. A little bit more of that if you want to count all the overtimes we've had and all the excitingness we've had. We will start the kickoff here. Goes neutral, straight into Flaming Truck's grasp. He gets bumped for his efforts now, and now San Antonio playing a bump game, playing pinball with Truck's Finnick. But it still be Cavo with the boost, with possession, gets sent away. He gets a demo onto the third. It will be 50 by Slum, and that's a great 1-2 play. The demo and the 50. That is a 14-second game opener for the journey.
That was just ruthless aggression from Portland right there to take a 1-0 lead 14 seconds into game number 7. And San Antonio just kind of let that happen, and they will definitely be more wary of that and possibly be able to stop that in the future. But Portland just came out of the gate with an insane amount of aggression, and it worked perfectly, getting a goal right out of the gates, as now ball is pretty deep in Portland territory, but Cava clears it back to the San Antonio side. Great clear from Portland right there, as now it is back deep into the San Antonio side, as looks like the ball just kind of gets smashed between Ghost and Cava as Surge goes up for it to try to clear it, but it is Slum who clears it back to the San Antonio side now.
It's a quick shot from Cava off the corner! Off the corner! corner rips one, and Cavo will extend this lead to 2. I was about to just, collect my bearings and start seeing what the San Antonio defense was going to do. What they do is they see that ball come off the corner, and they are just not there in time. Cavo using that speed, that absolute blistering speed of his to get to that ball first. And in the first minute of Game 7, we see some high octane offense from this Portland Journey squad, much like we saw in game number 5 that set them on to match point. So now they want to take this series now. They have had the match point and they failed to do so in game number 6. They will have to do it in 7. Ghost now up to the sidewall. Here comes San Antonio with a shot on target. Slow roller though. Gets dunked on the way out though. Now Cavo gets the credit for the save. Truck will get the demo. Slum with possession. 50s past 2. More double commits out from the Revenge's half. Now Cavo trying to find a cheeky shot off to that sidewall. He's trying to drop it in for a teammate. Here comes the San Antonio Revenge off to the races yet again. He's sent to the corner. Cavo now cleared for his effort. Surge drops it onto Truck. Truck trying to find some sort of leaping 50 to get past the defense, but everybody on San Antonio kind of just letting this happen. They want to try to draw in this Portland team and get past them on the counterattacks, but this Portland team are starting to rotate a lot better. They're keeping a deep third for these deep clears, and it's a tough defense to break.
Absolutely. As we have a shot from Slum, does get saved now. 2 minutes have passed as Cavo looking to dribble it off the side. Gonna try to get it back into the San Antonio. That is an open goal for Portland, and that is the 3rd goal for the Journey. And looks like San Antonio's breaking. It looks like
3 goals now for Portland. In the first half of this game, San Antonio have not had a goal since last game in that overtime that lasted so long. They have to stay alive here for this next half. I mean, Portland's got 3 in the first half. You need 3 in the second half, but here comes Portland yet again, looking for a 4th. It almost gets own goal, but it's going to be a 1-2 play out of the transition of the half. Here comes Ghost, but not good enough of a touch to get past Cavo, who rotates all the way back to his goal line to get this clear away. But still, here comes the Revenge off the corner, past 1, looking for past 2, but Truck has just been so dominant on his challenges in these past few games that you're just not going to get past him as well. Aside from that one mishap in game number 6 that we saw, but we will not talk about that. It's still 3-0 lead for the Journey. Here comes Portland on the counterattack off that San Antonio misplay. Here comes 2 players off of the Revenge's half to get this play saved. Cavo with no boost, gonna fake this double tap. Truck does not find contact off the waterfall, neither does the defense. Finally, they get a clear out into the midfield. Jungle, no boost, and the boost game for Portland has just been so controlling. They've got these demos, they've got the boost control, they've got the passes, but nothing to connect for. A great fake from Slum will buy more time onto this midfield, but a great clear here. Here comes San Antonio yet again. They've had a minute and a half to kind of recuperate off of these past goals from Portland, but another swing and a miss off the backboard. You cannot be missing these goals if you want to stay alive in this season, in this series. A minute and a quarter remaining, Star, and it has been all Portland.
it has, and that mishap from Surge might have just cost San Antonio the game. I don't want to jump the gun, but you cannot do that. And as I say that, Jungle comes in with the goal off the assist from Surge. And does that count as a caster curse?
Nah,
Just kind of cursing myself. All right. Well, as I was saying that, San Antonio gets their first goal of game number 7. They need 2 more to tie it up with only 1 minute left. But Truck going for the demo onto Jungle does get it. Truck gonna go up, trying to try to aerial it into the San Antonio goal, but is not there. Ghost gets the ball pinched, and we're going to the opposite side of the field. Surge taps it while it's in the air, does manage to clear it. Jungle manages to tap it down. Nice touch from him. And then it's Truck going up in the air to try to bounce that ball off the wall and get it centered up. And now Ghost versus Truck. Truck gets it, and now we're going back to the San Antonio side. That's a shot on goal, but Jungle is there to save it. 23 seconds left, and Jungle gets demolished. 15 seconds left. This might be it. Portland might do it. Just the demos coming out as we are driving down the field. There's nothing that San Antonio can do, and Portland Portland are your champions! The Portland Journey take it in Game 7! What a series, Mixta!
What a series indeed. Back and forth, a little bit of an early lead from one of the San Antonio players, but take it how you will. That was a Game 7 victory from Portland and a dominant showing in that Game 7. And I mean, when it came down to the last seconds of the series, of the games of, I believe it was Game 4, Game 6, I mean, San Antonio was just in the face of Portland through those remaining seconds. But here in Game number 7, it really didn't happen. Portland just revitalized and just taking it to San Antonio, getting these lots of demo slum, probably having 6 or 7 exterminations in that game alone. Just the amount of, I guess, bullying he did on that goal line. He just cleaned house onto that defensive end and allowed Portland to break out and get these long clears, these long time-wasting clears. But that will do it there for Portland. That will do it there for San Antonio. Portland punched their ticket to the Fettuccine Grand Finals, which will happen at 8:30 Eastern on Saturday, right after the Linguini League Finals. Linguini obviously going to be a battle between Las Vegas and Detroit. And now we see if another Detroit team enters those Grand Finals, as we have Detroit and Jersey from the Fettuccine side on the Eastern Conference coming up next.
as we are walking this dangerous line, and I am watching this world unfold as they are doing just what they're told. I'm left to nowhere, no place to hide, out in the open, like ashes in the sky. I quit the illusion. Built an empire of sound as the bridges were falling down. In the midst of endless time, we have built along this line. Built an empire of sound as the sun was coming down, falling deeper in this dream as we failed to find the scene. Built an empire of sound.
Nobody said it'd be easy, but we took a train to the ceiling. And now I'm high on all of my feelings. Don't wake me up from this dream. I bought a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. I heard you, but it's nice this time of year. Out in the wild, find our eating. Let's stay a while, never leaving. Sound the alarm in my heart. Ah, we're taking off. Sound the alarm in my heart. Ah, we're taking off. Don't let go, I want your body around, all around, all around. Sound the alarm in my heart. Ah, we're taking off.
Welcome back to another series tonight, our final series tonight, to determine who out of the Eastern Conference for these Fettuccine players of Detroit and Jersey, which one of these two teams will meet Portland in the grand finals this Saturday at 8 Eastern on this stream. Don't you miss it, or I will know, and I will find you. But we're going to find out who is going to win between these two teams. Looking at these records right now, you see have Jersey winning their division, 8-2 record, no game fives, 31 points, 25-10 game count. That is quite impressive of a feat. But when you look at the Detroit end, they may be a little inflated due to all the forfeit loss they had, but still 9-1 record, only 4 individual game losses, still a 21 or 29-4 game count, and obviously inflated because of the forfeits, but they've managed to hold out through here throughout playoffs and punch their ticket into the conference final. So they've done good enough to get there. But now They have to hold on and get just one more step to get to the grand finals, and then another step after that to see if they can win the league. But I'm still mixed up. This is still Star. Star, how are you doing after that last series?
I'm doing pretty good after watching what I watched about 10 minutes ago. That was an insane series, and Portland just had what it took, and it was a great series. But I'm ready to get into this next series. Detroit Wolfpack versus Jersey Jackals. Ooh, I got a feeling this is going to be another close one.
I do too. I mean, looking at the stats, looking at last week, actually, I want to talk on that. It was Jersey versus Cleveland. That went to game 6, where it took Jersey with 2 of their top players, and then I believe a substitute at the 105 salary. I believe it was their reserve. I could be mistaken, but that player, Tropic, had a great series, had a great match point game, and was able to close out that series for Jersey. But they're not playing with Tropic now. They're playing with a 5 salary higher Plea, who will be playing alongside Apollo and Robot Man, the leading captain. We'll see if those 3 play any different, any better, any worse here into this series against Detroit, who everybody's saying, whoever wins this, whoever won the West was just going to lose to Detroit anyway. So we'll see if that holds true. But Detroit have a task ahead of them first. They have to get past these Jackals, who have had a great, phenomenal regular season and a good showing in playoffs last week against the Cleveland Cards. We'll see how long that holds up. I mean, Jersey having 8 shots per game, 282 on the season. We will wait to see if they can do that yet again and hold true to their name of these shot takes. 8.06 is the specific number that I'm looking at here on the website. rl.unitedrogue or unitedrogue.com. You be able to check those stats as well and read along with me. But we will start here. Game number 1, Jersey in the purple, Detroit in the black. Be the second time we've seen a Detroit team in the conference final. Could it be the second time we see a Detroit team in the grand finals? A quick flick from Goosey. Going to get denied by Robot Man. Sent out into the midfield. Tails with a quick shot off to the backboard. I don't think he could have put that any lower, or else he would have hit a defender. But now Tails still continuing this pressure for Detroit. Going to be cleared away. No, Robot Man does not find the touch. Third man for Detroit to clear this one in. It's Taco Stand. His shot is denied by Plea. So far, Jersey's defense is hold on, but here comes Detroit yet again, finally denied, and here comes the pressure.
Yeah, it took them a little bit, but it looks like Jersey is starting to pick up the pace. They're starting to put a little bit of pressure on Detroit. On Detroit. As looks like we got a pinch here from Tails, and that was, I believe, Apollo. Or not Apollo. Yeah, Apollo. I don't know. I got confused. Taco Stand with a shot on goal. And Apollo goes up for it, gonna try to hit it down and hit it back towards Detroit. And he does kinda. Robot Man is there for the touch, but Goosey does not let it get past midfield. But it does Apollo to smash it into the Detroit side. Gonna try to center it up, but will get denied. And now it's Robot Man trying to center. And Goosey just gonna let it hit the ground and just kind of drive into it. Apollo going for the aerial, but Taco Stand denies it. Taco Stand trying to center it up. Tails is there for the smash! Just like that, Detroit takes a 1-0 lead with 3 minutes, 33 seconds left on the clock. Eventually, that defense of Jersey just had to break, and it did. What a goal from the Wolfpack.
I agree. I mean, it's a good opener. 3.5 minutes left in the game, so you got that in a minute and a half. That's pretty good during the pressures you've had so far. But Jersey off to a very slow start, I would say. This is not the same Jersey we saw last week that faced against Cleveland, but I do remember that Jersey did take just a little bit longer to heat up against Cleveland, so that could be the tail of the tapes here. Now Tails pinch this one off to the corner. Apollo had a great mechanical showing last week against Cleveland. He's yet to see too much out of him off the gate here in game number 1. Robot Man getting tied up on the defensive end, actually cannot find contact and gets in the way of Apollo. Now Goosey looking to take advantage. Taco Stand looking for a demo, cannot find it. Robot Man and Apollo combined yet again, this time for a clear out to the midfield. Here comes Apollo with the shot, denied by Taco Stand. Plea not wanting to dive on that, but here comes Apollo yet again off the 50 from Robot Man, and just opportunity after opportunity sailing away with the Jersey Jackals. That's almost own goal. Robot Man somehow gets in the way of that. That shot behind, and nobody there to clean up, and this ball will stall out into the corner.
Taco Stand was acting like a one-man brick wall there. Just those defensive stops made by him was absolutely crazy. And now with his tail is going to try to send it back down the Jersey sideline. and gonna try to get it into the center of the Jersey goal so his teammate can smash it in, but Taco Stan sets himself up, and that is a goal for Taco Stan, and the Wolfpack go up 2-0 with 2:12 left on the clock. What a goal from Taco Stan, setting himself up and then tapping in his own goal. Unfortunately, that does not count as an assist for him. It only counts as a goal, but we all know that it probably should.
I agree. I mean, I was looking at that defense too. It looked like Plee just took his camera off the ball, off of the play, just in the nick of time to get into the, or get out of that goal line and just leave it completely open for Detroit. I just don't know if he expected his teammates to get a touch or if he just was not wanting to pay attention to the play. Regardless, that will be a Detroit goal. A good demo from Robot Man will open up the goal line momentarily. It's going to have to get rushed back to the play. Apollo beats it out to Robot Man. Another double commit from Detroit. Apollo does not find contact. Robot and Plee combine here. It's off the post, off the crossbar, and out. The double commits led by this Jersey team have just cost them so much here in this first game.
Absolutely, making mistakes, especially against a team like Detroit, is what you 100% cannot do, as you can get away with that against some other teams, but the Wolfpack, absolutely not. They are going to maul you if you make mistakes here. And honestly, the Jackals got away with that, honestly.
Ball rolling to the Jersey corner yet again. They have hardly ever broken out of their half, and Robot Man having to make a diving touch there. Apollo gets bumped for his efforts, and now it's left to Plee, who has no boost. He has to jump to save this one. Just perfectly shot by Goosey over the head. I think he understood that the defense was low on boost. He shoots it high, and it goes through, and that's now a 3-0 lead for the Wolfpack in this game opener of the Eastern Conference Final.
And that is also a shared hat trick. Every player from Detroit has a goal. Look at that. And now it's Tails with the shot on goal. Robot Man goes up for it. Perfectly placed aerial. Does it get shut down? Plee goes up for it to shut down that shot from Detroit again. And now Detroit on the attack. Detroit, ooh. Jackals try to hit it in, but it is the Wolfpack just able to hit that ball away, as a shot on goal from Tails just does not have the angle. And Goosey gets bumped by, I think, his own teammate there. Plee tries to pass it back to his teammate as Goosey tries to set something up. Plee's there to save it, and it just gets over Goosey. Goosey thought about going up for it, but in the end, it was not worth it, and it looks like this game one will go to Detroit 3-0. Unless this lands. Oh, no.
Okay.
It does not. Bounces off the crossbar. And Detroit get a shutout win in game number one.
It would have been a formality at that point, but I wanted to see that goal go in. Just some sort of spark of momentum for Jersey, as they've just kind of really just off the wrong foot, woke up on the wrong side of the bed for this game number one. They were not making contact hardly at all. They had a trio of saves, one apiece, but hardly any shots to go for it. I mean, one player on Detroit's team had the least amount of shots for Detroit and still had the combined total amount for Jersey. That's 3 shots on Jersey's end compared to the 10 for Detroit. We will see now if Jersey can somehow get something going for their something in their favor, because Detroit's just been rocking and rolling this entire game one, come out swinging, and Jersey has barely even gotten their car started.
Yeah, Jersey basically acting like the little Fiat that just does not want to start. They got ran through there, honestly. Detroit played really well, and the Jackals just could not get it going, and they dropped game number one 3-0. Hopefully they can bring it back, and this next game's closer. And I'm gonna root for Jersey here.
It would be
As we
nice to see
have-
them wake up here in game number 2, but this is going to be a 50 off the post and out yet again. Jersey's accuracy has plagued them. This ball off to the backboard, starting to play with a little bit more fire underneath them, a little bit more pace. Plee, awkward touch, but gets past one. Here comes Taco Stand, or that's Tails off to the backboard. It's going to be left for Taco Stand, who rotates back through that mid boost. Still no boost, finally gets it off that respawn. Now it's going to be Detroit off the counterattack again. Goosey, backboard, gets denied off to the side. 2 players there, both Tails and Taco Stand off to the side. It'll be Taco Stand trying to find some sort of demo after that rolling pass out in front of the goal line. Nothing really to show for either team here. This could be an opportunity to throw it out to the mid, but Taco gets in the way of it at the same time as the offense gets there into the way of it. Excuse, tripped over my words. Good lord. It's me, Taco Stand. Gets bombed off the way, sent back to his corner. Jersey says, no, you get back there. But now, back pass off the sidewall. Plea back up to the midfield, looking for Apollo. A quick shot. He fires. It's in. 1-0 Jersey.
That was a lot better from Jersey there. It looked like they were just communicating a lot more. Were able to kind of split up that Detroit defense and ended up perfectly with an open goal. And they were able to capitalize on it, and Jersey goes up 1-0 with 3:56 left on the clock.
Good demo there. Taco back to Goosey, that's Taco. Could not get in the way of that ball around the defense. Ran out of boost there. He get cleared back into the backboard. 2 players go from Detroit here. Apollo, good pinch. We've seen his mechanics be so great in the last series. We have to see him be great yet again if they want to punch their ticket into the grand finals. That's a good demo onto Goosey, opening up more space in this midfield. Robot Man runs out of boost. Goosey, no boost to his name either, but we'll roll this ball down into the corner. Blue also with no boost, still 0. It's a battle of 0 boost 50-50s here, but now Taco Stand gets denied in midair by Robot, and now here comes the counterattack from the Jackals, looking for the 1-2, but cannot find the 2. It's going to get lobbed back up to the backboard, and they all retreat back. Goosey, unable to find his lob of a touch, but gets the demo on the defender instead, but not the one that was going for the ball. Now Taco Stand. Off to the sidewall, playing into the corner, and this corner has been abused right now by Detroit. It's going to be Goosey to lob one in, assisted by Tails in the corner. They kept firing in that corner to see what would give. Finally, a demo gives, and Robot Man not able to read that in time.
Yeah, finally we're out of that corner. I don't know how long we spent there, but it was way too long. Finally, it was Goosey to get the goal and to take us out of there. And now we can reset and go back to actually open spots of the field. So I am excited for that, as Apollo managed to get past everybody, but he just does not have it. Just does not have it under control. Now Plea going to try to hit it off the wall, going to try to center it up, but Taco Stand is there to shut it down. And now it is Tails there to hit it near the Jersey side of the field, but it just is not there. It gets saved. And now we got an aerial battle coming up. Tails hits it towards the Jersey side of the field, gonna go for the demo on the goalie Robot Man, but Robot Man manages to dodge the demo. Apollo with a good save for his team, as another shot on goal from Robot Man gets saved by Tails, and Goosey gonna, I think he was going for a pinch there, but just was not able to get it, had a bad angle on it. And now we are back to the corner. Apollo trying to get it over the goalie, but is not able to. And in a fit of rage, he just demos that poor other defender. And now Apollo gonna try to go off the ceiling, gonna try to get the double tap, but does not connect. Goosey hits it away, and now Goosey hits it away again off the strike. Taco Stand going for the aerial, does not connect. What a deny from Goosey. Read that perfectly like an open book, and now Tails sending it down the other side of the field, but Goosey was in the way, hitting it back towards his side of the field. And 2 in goal for the Jackals, and they managed to clear it out of the way, all the way back to the Detroit side of the field with 1:05 left on the clock. And this is just a brick wall defense for both teams so far. And as I say that, the Jackals score a goal and go up by 1 with 57 seconds left in the game. Just manages to get past that goalie, and then it just kind of rolls in at 33 miles per hour. And just like that, Jersey have their first lead of the series. Or, excuse me, second lead of the series.
It'll be Detroit trying to capitalize off that goal, and I was watching perspectives there. Looked like Taco Stand expected Plea to put that ball back out mid, but Plea finds the gap in between the player and the post and slots it through. Fortunate roll for them as well, but it still will be a Jersey 2-1 lead here. Tails trying to play this off, still no boost. for an outlet is Taco. Trying to play it back into Tails, who still has no boost. Gets a good pinch off the wall, but nobody home. Nobody there to read that. Nobody willing to dive on it, because they don't want to try to lose this lead even further. Here comes Tails yet again. More boost to his name now, but gets denied as Taco stand. Now Goosey left to clean up. It'll be sent down the long way. He's gonna have time and boost. Gonna look for a flick. High over one. Maybe past second. It's almost in. Luckily out of the post. I thought the defender gave up on it, but they looked like they knew what they were doing. This shot denied at the last second. But here comes the last chance to tie this ball game. 2 players go. 2 players denied. It hits the ground. That is a 2-1 lead. 2-1 game. And that is a back to a 1-1 scoreline.
That was a lot better from Jersey. Just managing to shut down Detroit and not really let them get anything going. That is the Jackals that I was expecting to see. As we're about to get into game number 3, tied up 1-0 after the 3-0 win from Detroit in game 1 and the 2-1 win from Jersey that we just saw. And now that both these teams have a game to their name, I'm excited to see the following games, the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As I'm gonna bet this goes all the way to game 7 as well.
For
I'm
my
gonna
throat's sake,
bet.
for that throat's sake, let's knock on wood there. Let's say somebody gets this over in 5 or 6 games. But for the sake of just enjoying Rocket League, I hope this goes to 7 as well. I mean, the 2 great teams, 2 great matchups. We saw the last FAT final go to 7. It would just be fitting for the Eastern to go to 7 as well, just to have the battle of the 2 game 7 winners battle it out in the grand finals on Saturday. But we have yet to come that far. We're only in game 3. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Still Jersey coming off of a game 2 victory, 2-1 fashion. They're still getting outscored by 2 goals here. Just a dominant showing in game number 1 for the Wolfpack. The goals don't matter too much as long as you can get them to win games. At the end of the day, you could still be outscored and win a series. So let's see how well Jersey can handle this as this gets sent all the way back into their corner. Off to the side wall. Still back into the corner. This back right corner of Jersey is just being abused from these past 3 games now. Detroit just looking for some sort of foothold into that side and opening up some sort of slot onto the defense to make them panic, make them jump. And Jersey have just not given into it as much as Detroit would hope for. Here comes a lob, almost on target, saved away by Goosey. Now left for Taco. Only 30 boost. We'll get past 1, past the second. Gonna be left to plea to clear, but still gets 50 for his efforts. My goodness, Taco has had a great showing on his challenges, but just nothing to show for it now here in game number 3.
Yeah, as looks like Goosey gonna try to shoot it, but Plea shuts it down. And looks like we had a pinch there from Taco and Plea. As hits off, gets centered up by Taco, and the Robot Man hits it. That is a center to the other team. Very rare in Rocket League, but it just happened. As Taco stand driving down, it's just the keeper to beat. Gets it over him, but it's off the post. But that's off the crossbar as well. Goosey cannot get it in. Apollo gonna take it down the right sideline. Taco stand going to challenge it and shut it down. And now it's Apollo gonna send it back to midfield. Tails does manage to hit it back into the Jersey defensive side. And, oh, it's just Goosey to beat, but they've got to control this ball as this was in the air. Goosey does shut it down. What a save off the backboard from Goosey now. As Apollo going to try to set himself up, but he just did not have the angle. And now another center comes out from Plea, but once again, another clear. As Apollo going to try to go for the double tap, does not connect. Plea just flying straight at it from no man's land. And now it is Tails going to send it down towards the Jersey side. Apollo going to try to pitch it off the ceiling, but unfortunately does not have the angle on it. Tails going to try to go for the aerial goal, but it does not connect as well. Taco stand with the shot on goal. Plea is there to shut it down and save it. Goosey and Apollo in a mid-air battle there for the ball as a shot from the Jackals shoots off or hits off the backboard, and Robot Man goes up for it, but that is a very awkward angle now. And both these teams really just can't get much going.
Oh, we'll stall out here yet again. Gonna be Taco to try to find yet another shot. Still 4 shots into the favor of Detroit, only 1 for Jersey. Here comes the second shot off the crossbar and high. He rolled back into the corner, now off the ceiling. Chance for Robot Man, but does not use his flip. Elects to go for the ceiling, and it does not make contact. Taco Stand yet again into that favored left corner of Jersey. Still played back into the corner. Now wafting ball over the side, and it's not in. It's not made contact with. Now Goosey trying to fight for his life on his goal line, but he is swarmed by defenders, and Apollo is just in a league of his own right now.
Absolutely. Apollo's playing insane. And unfortunately for Goosey, he just made the mistake there. He just could not get the flick in the angle he wanted and set up Apollo for a very easy shot. And now it is Jersey in the lead with a chance to take the lead in the series 2-1. But Jersey does have to shut down the Wolfpack for 90 seconds, and that is no easy feat.
Agree, this ball. Another quick shot for Jersey, still sent aside. But here comes an open opportunity. It's going to be Goosey trying to flick this one in. He does at the bottom corner. The only shot he could have got in time before the defense got back. It's a 1-1 game now. He struggled to get past Plea, but still gets into the way and gets right behind the ball to force that into the bottom corner. The Dueling Dragons come out. It's a 1-1 game, minute and a half here. And Jersey have fought hard to get these games back and get these goals. There's Detroit. Have got some great opposition as well. Apollo is in a league of his own. He will not be stopped. He fakes the flip reset. I'm not sure if he got it. Yep, just go straight underneath Taco and it just rolls in. My goodness, what a beautiful goal and what a beautiful answer from Jersey. This game, I feel, though, is far from over.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 goals back to back there as Apollo pretty much off the kickoff. Robot Man going to go up for this, and now we are going back to the corner. Apollo going to center it up for his teammate. Demos one, and that is the goal from Plea, and that is the 2-goal lead from the Jersey Jackals. And now the pressure is really on Detroit. Thanks to that demo, that really helped out Plea to get that goal, and Detroit has to get 2 goals in 1 minute and 5 seconds. However, Detroit is one of the teams who I would bet on to do that. If it's any team that can get 2 goals in a minute, Detroit's definitely up there.
They have some good goals per game to their season. Here comes a quick shot. Perfect top 90, but Plea there in time. Now another shot off to this middle, but that would have been a Goosey goal if he had not been demoed. Now Apollo past one, looking to get past the second, does not land properly, and that ball will go flying past him. Now Goosey off to the back, looking for a double tap, does not find it. Him and Tails combined for that shot, but still denied. Taco Stand's effort is denied as well. Goosey picking up some boost and flopping this back out into the corner for Jersey. Here comes Taco Stand off the touch from Tails. It's off target. Here comes Goosey. He's not able to read it. Jersey, with a breath of fresh air, will send this one the long way. 15 seconds now. It's do or die if you don't want to lose the advantage in this series. Now Taco Stand going to take advantage of this ball right here. He's going to get challenged by Apollo, though. Does not make contact. It's straight into Robot Man, but that was the last effort. That time will tick away to 0, hit the ground, and we move on to game number 4. Jersey now in the driver's seat.
Jersey has really found their bearings in game 2 and 3. They started off with that 3-0 loss, and ever since it has been all Jersey. Detroit just not able to get anything going. And really quick, let's talk about Apollo. Apollo has been insane. He is unhinged this series. Like, he is just getting everywhere. He's where he needs to be, where it counts, when it counts. And he has definitely been the MVP of this series so far.
I agree. I mean, 100% goal participation. He's got two for 2 shooting, 2 goals on 2 shots. And they were both great shots. And then he just gets a good pass off to the backboard, open for Plea. Not sure how it didn't register as a shot, but it still counted. So Plea will get credit for that goal. Also shooting 100%. Robot Man, the only player on Jersey not shooting 100%. That's just because he did not get a goal. He's 0 for 2 in that game. But still, wound up with some good stats of his own. Still got a save to that. Detroit struggling to put anything in the way, like other way or in the net, to 7 shots on 1 goal. And Tails, I don't think, had a single shot that game. So he got shut down pretty hard that game number 2. But we move on to game number 3. will be Jersey to see if they can push themselves to match point, or Detroit have an answer like an offensive powerhouse like they did in game number 1.
We will see if Detroit wants to take the series. They are going to have to play hyper aggressive, just like that. Taco Stand smashes it in. 10 seconds ticked off the clock. Tails sets him up off the awkward bounce from Robot Man, and then it is Taco Stand to smash it in. Just as I was saying, if they want to bring this back, they're going to have to use that hyper aggression that they did in game number 1. As what a save from Goosey, managing to aerial all the way across the goal to get behind that ball and hit it away. As Taco Stand with another shot gets denied by Plea, as Apollo tries to pinch it off the opposing player, but it does get cleared by Detroit. Robot Man going to try to go up for it, gets hit away by, I believe that was Goosey. As once again, there we are again, we're in that corner. That Jersey corner just cannot stop it, and that is another goal from Taco Stand. I might want to take that back about Apollo, as Taco Stand 2 goals in 45 seconds of game number 4. And that is incredible from Detroit, playing super aggressive, and it is working.
2-goal lead now. That's a misplay straight back into Robot Man. Robot Man 3-2-1 will put that into the back of the net. My goodness, he just sends a lobber, a little bit of a pot shot, and just a missed touch from Taco Man. Taco Saw, excuse me, combine the names there, which I guess they did combine for that goal, but still, it's going to get fed into the Jersey player, and they'll take that momentum. 3 goals in the first 50 seconds of this game. See who can stay alive into this series. Taco Stand swinging a miss up high in the air. Will be taken away by Tails. Robot Man clears it right back onto Tails again. A little bit of a lofter here. Will not hit the backboard, so Apollo will get to that ball first. Robot Man gets absolutely demolished on his challenge, and it's going to be left to Plea to get the touch here. But Goosey just enough in the way of that to get on top of that ball to lob it still. And Taco Stand tries to put this back into the corner, and Detroit, whether it be that favored corner off to the side or that corner right there, they are abusing the corners of Jersey, where they just make them get awkward reads, awkward touches, and they just have a man middle ready to accept the pass. Taco Stand now up high onto the backboard. May not have a shot ready for him, but we'll bump Robot Man out of the way. Here comes Tails. Shoots it to the far post. My goodness, what a shot.
Yeah, perfect play by all 3. As it was Taco Stand to set up the center, Goosey to center, and then it was Tails to smash it in. And just like that, the Wolfpack go up 3-1 with 3:22 left on the clock, as Robot Man going to try to go up for it and aerial it off the kickoff. And Plea going to try to smash it. No, he's going to fake him out, and now tries to center it up, but does get denied. Robot Man going to try to center it now. Just kind of rolling along the corner, as Taco Stand there to be a great goalie and clear it out. But Taco Stand on the breakaway, and that is the hat trick for Taco Stand. 3 goals on 4 shots for Taco Stand, and 4 goals in total for Jersey Jackals, or for the Detroit Wolfpack.
Same thing.
Got my
Both
teams
great
mixed up.
Both great teams. I mean, I was looking at
Doesn't
Robot
matter.
Man's perspective there, and it looked like he just lost track of the depth perception, I guess, of his teammate's challenge. He expected his teammate to be on that ball a lot quicker than he was, but the teammate was already beat. But he could not get in the way of that again, and Goosey will now fire in a 5th goal for Detroit. And my goodness, after they've just kept quiet for these past 2 games, Detroit now just bust out with 5 out of nowhere.
Yeah, Detroit's playing that hyper aggression style. And just like I said, if they want to take this back, that's what they're going to have to do. That's what they're doing, and it is working perfectly. 5-1 goal, as Tails just does a flip there. Not really sure what he was doing, but he sure was doing it. As a shot pretty close to goal from Jersey, but does hit the backboard now. Robot Man going to try to go for the center off that corner, but will get cleared away by Tails. But Apollo with the shot on goal hits the post, and then it's Taco Stand to clear it away. And Taco Stand challenges that ball, but pays with his car, but Goosey misses the half-court shot. He came all the way from half court to try to smash that ball in, but unfortunately he just was not able to connect it as two Jackals players miss the ball now as Taco Stand tries to center it but gets shut down by Apollo. Shot comes out once again, gets denied. Taco Stand gonna try to touch it down, does not connect. Looks like he got ball cammed there as Tails gonna send it down. Tails gets past it, it's just Robot Man to beat. Oh, doing the jiggle. He's jiggling that left stick, but he does get shut down. 90 seconds left. Jersey Jackals, it doesn't look like they are going to take game number 4. It looks like this series will be tied up unless they can unless they can cause an absolute tragedy to happen on the Detroit side. But Detroit just playing too well, and it does not look like that's going to happen as Tails smashes it in for his second goal of the game. And that is a 6-1 lead for Detroit, and there's a possibility that we may see a Brazil here.
I'm just saying, and this may be an interesting stat, it may not be, but Detroit, in their series not too long ago, I believe it was against Chicago, yeah, it was last week against Chicago in that second round. Detroit got 6-1 in one of their games and then wound up winning that series in I think 5 or 6. Still somehow manhandling or getting manhandled like this 6-1 and then still winning that series. So the cards could be in Jersey's favor. You know, UR likes to repeat itself a lot, so we do see some pretty crazy things here. 45 seconds will tick down. That's going to be a Detroit game. I'm going to go ahead and call it 5 goals in 40 seconds. Not going to happen, but here will be a second goal for Plea just to get them back on the board, back some momentum. We look on to game number 5. We'll have the tied series 2-2. Honestly, when you look into game number 5, we saw it last series. It was such a momentum shift after just a hard-fought goal from Portland in that overtime. And then when they came out in that game number 5, they just started rolling. They just had such a great offense and such a great showing in that game 5, and they just kind of slipped up in 6. I would not be surprised if that was to happen here as well, whereas Detroit get just revitalized here in game number 5 or game number 4. But a third goal comes in for Jersey. I still want to count them out here, but it's getting a little bit closer. But I'm still going to count them out here. 24 seconds, 3 goals. I'll leave that up to the Rocket League gods to decide their fate. But I would not be surprised if Detroit come out just as rough and just as hard swinging in game number 5, and Jersey have to find some sort of answer for that, especially after a dominant showing like this.
Yeah, absolutely. As it looks like Detroit has control of the ball now, and I believe that this will actually be it. Detroit trying to mount a comeback and a pretty good attempt getting 2 goals, but unfortunately they just were not able to, as Detroit will take game number 4 and tie up this series 2-2. And Detroit played super aggressive, and that's what they're going to have to do to take this series, as we are about to go into game 5. Both of these teams 1 game away from match point. So game 5 is a very, very crucial game, as it really puts the pressure on your opponent.
I agree. I mean, you've got to be able to show up and put yourself on a match point. Jersey players not wanting to ready up. They're wanting to use this time, talk with another, say, hey, you know, we've got 2 games against them, but this was a pretty bad showing. Detroit just came out strong. Was it because of our mistakes or because of Detroit's just a good team? And I'm going to say it was definitely a mix of both. I mean, Jersey had plenty of opportunities to put the ball away. They had 6 shots on target. 3 of them went in. But I mean, when you have 6 goals on Detroit's end and only 2 saves on your end, you've got to be able to clean up something on your defensive end. But now, tie series, tie ball game, 2-2 games. We will see who can take and push to match point. Still Jersey in their mint green, still Detroit in that gray name with the black decals. We'll see who can push forward. Who will meet Portland in the grand finals this Saturday at 8:30 Eastern time. We'll see who can get the match point for that first. As Jersey will win the kickoff clean, straight into Goosey. He got the corner boost, throws it out for Tails. Tails a little bit hesitant to go for that ball, but finally does anyways. Plea drops into the corner. Will be left for a Detroit player to shoot. He fires it off target, off the backboard, off the sidewall, and off the backboard again. Here comes Plea. Now, gonna get cut off by Apollo. Tails collects that ball or likes to give that ball to Goosey. It's gonna be a quick shot from Robot Man, but he could not get around it in time. Now transition here for Detroit. Quick shot on target, saved away by Plea, and Plea starting off strong here in game number 5, excuse me. A great 50-50 stay by Plea again, a save from the goal line. Yet again, Jersey hold on. They accept the challenge that Detroit has given them, and they've responded great here in game number 5, but still not a score on the board yet. Apollo trying to beat Tails. He fails to do so. Will take that mid boost though, and Robot Man will gain control of that corner boost. Still won by a Detroit player here, but that's a lot of players committing for this ball. Robot Man cannot find the touch there, and Plea dives on this challenge. It's a 2v1. Apollo has to make contact here. I can't see because of the demo, but Tails wins the challenge of the corner. Gets the boost out back into the midfield, and this ball will stall out into the midfield once again. But a quick win here. It's going to be one off to the side and shot off the post. A tough read and an even tougher pill to swallow that you could not come away with one there.
That is so unfortunate for Jersey, as you had an open goal, but just the read was off and it hits off the post, and what should be a 1-0 lead continues to be a nothing all ball game. So if you are Robot Boy, you are definitely kicking yourself for that. But unfortunately, it happens, and you're just gonna have to look past it because that happens sometimes. That was a very hard read to make, but still, it is very, very demoralizing whenever you miss a shot like that.
Still pressure here for Jersey. Still a 0-0 game with well over half the game remaining. Robot Man trying to go for that ball, but gets bumped for its ever. Here comes Apollo trying to sneak that one around. It's going to be left to Plea to shoot. He lets a soft roller out, and it gets saved away by Taco, who will look to find something off the ceiling. Gets a ground pinch, but a defender back in time gets into the way of that ball and gets a save. Taco Stand doing Jersey's job for them right now, clearing this ball down the line. Gets the corner boost. Gets the mid boost, excuse me. Tails with the corner boost. Swing and a miss from one player. Almost gets past the second, the last man. Taco Stand will clean up here. It's a good 50 off into the midfield. Goosey in awkward position. Luckily the attacker missed. I believe it was Apollo. That could have been trouble for Detroit there. Taco Stand now off it to the back. We'll send this one all the way down, and this gets denied straight back into him. Now Plea with plenty of time, plenty of boost, picks up that corner. Looks to go past Goosey. He does. Drops this down on top of Tails. Tails, unfortunate 50. It's going to be read by Robot Man, but he's going to get almost instant challenged. Goosey, get another long clear, looking for Tails in Detroit, looking for such great plays. A swing and a miss on the goal line. That's 1-0, and that's not how you want to go down in this game.
Very unfortunate for Robot, as he just gets a little bit too far. He cannot adjust himself due to that momentum, and Detroit take the lead 1-0 with 1:45. And in a defensive game such as this, letting up that goal can really hurt your morale. As just be like, oh, we couldn't get a goal for so long, and then we just let that up. But now it is Jersey playing aggressive, as looks like gonna try to center it up, but Goosey manages to touch it down now as it goes off to the side. Taco Stand going to clear it away. Apollo tries to challenge it, but it does not really do much, as the ball does get past him, as that is a shot on goal, but Goosey there to save it. Then it's Taco Stand there to shoot it again, but Apollo saves it once again. We are back into the Detroit corner. 1 minute left. Please tries to go up for it, but just does not have it in him. Tails going to center it up for his teammate, but gets cleared as Taco Stand hits it away from the goal. As Tails going to let the ball pass, and Apollo ties it up with 42 seconds left on that clock. And that was a pretty bad whiff from Tails. Lets the ball get past and lets Jersey tie it up 1-1 as we go into the last 40 seconds of this game 5.
Off quick as Plea. It's Tails sitting backwards in net. He elects to take time, save his boost to get that control. But that's an awkward bounce, a terrible bounce actually. Apollo, if that ball was just a little bit higher or lower, that could have rolled out perfectly mid, but Rocket League God saying no to that one. That will bounce and roll completely over the goal. No shot there for Jersey, but still they keep pressure. Dimwit for his efforts is Robot Man. Now Taco Stan looking for a double tap off the sidewall, finds it. Will be struggled here. The defense is all over the place. It's getting bumped. It's missing. Taco Stan has to clean up yet again, but he only has so much boost. And now Tails will take over this ball. Nobody from Jersey challenging him. This is how we saw the first goal go in. Here comes another one. Here, oh my goodness. Gets saved away at the last second up in the middle of the air. This one could find the mark. It's gonna float in. Robot Man, despite his open net miss, despite the whiff on the goal line, he wins game number 5 and puts Jersey on match point. What just happened? I don't have an answer. Do you have an answer?
Give me a minute. Give me just a minute. Jersey with the last second goal, keeping it off the ground. Absolutely incredible. Like, wow, off the wall and in the goal without touching the ground. Incredible showing from Jersey, not letting that goal take down their mindset at all. If anything, that might have helped them out as they were able to play aggressive, get that goal, not sit it into overtime, managed to deny overtime by keeping it off the ground, hitting it off the sidewall, and then it goes straight into the goal without touching the ground. And just like that, Jersey is on match point.
What a showing. I mean, Detroit has such a mechanical masterclass of offense and defense. 6 saves on the team there. A hat trick for Taco Stan, I believe. My goodness, I think I just got kicked out of lobby. Lobby may have died there. Unfortunate timing. Did you get kicked out of lobby too?
I'm in here. I'm in.
Okay, well, it's just me. You take the reins, but I mean, I must have gotten disconnected. But I mean,
All right, sounds
Detroit
good.
they had such a great showing in game number 4. Yeah, game number 4, and I said that I thought Detroit would come out swinging in game number 5. Turned out Jersey was able to capitalize on those mistakes. My goodness.
Yeah, Jersey was able to capitalize perfectly. Detroit got off to a pretty defensive start, and then it was just a defensive back and forth game, and then it was Detroit to hit that goal in, and that probably motivated Jersey to play aggressive and to go in and get those goals, get that first goal, and then that second goal to win the game and to put the Jackals on match point. As I don't have a co-caster to pass it off to at the moment, so I'm just gonna have to keep going.
I'm back in the lobby now.
Oh, you are?
Somehow,
Okay, good.
It disconnected me somehow, but now I'm back in. It finally let me back in. It said, all right, you've had enough time casting. You can sit this one out. But I want to watch. I want to see this game now. I want to keep playing. I want to keep casting this series. Now we're on match point. We're on Forbidden Temple. Jersey up in this series. They just need one game, possibly one goal to seal this one away and face Portland in the grand finals. But Detroit is not having that. This will be at least a game 6. We're in game 6 now. Detroit want a game 7 and to hopefully take that in game 7. Here comes Jersey off the rip, off the counterattack. It's going to get denied by Tails. Just needs to beat the last man. He does, but it's off target. Here comes Apollo to clean it up off to the side. He does. Looking for the double tap. He does find it, but it's going to get sent off all the way across the field into Robot Man. It's going to be an awkward bounce for the defense to read. They don't read it. It's going to be open. Plea finds the open net. It's a 1-0 lead. A minute and 40 seconds here into game number 6.
Jersey has got that momentum now. Jersey going up 1-0 on match point. They've got that momentum. They've got that mindset. They've got that morale. I got a feeling that Jersey is going to be borderline unstoppable in the next couple of minutes of this game, as they've got everything going for them. As Rocket Man smashes it in from the air, and that is a 2-goal lead from the Jersey Jackals. As I was saying, Jersey borderline unstoppable these next 3 minutes.
It has been completely into their favor. And I say that as I've just joined the game about, a minute ago, and it's just been 2 goals back to back for Jersey. Detroit, hardly any answer. They had a great showing, a 6-3, excuse me, showing in game number 4, and now they're just getting pulverized on these challenges. It's another open net. It's another goal. It is a 3-0 lead. Jersey, despite being down a lot last game, despite being down hefty the game before, they have managed to roar back, win the last game at 0 seconds off a lob, and this one now running away, 3 goals to their name, 3 minutes left here in game number 6. Detroit have got to clean this up. They have the mechanics to do so. They just have to keep their mindset into this game. Taco stand, high lofting ball, but no boost to follow it up. Looking for a demo, but still no boost to get back. Goosey has to get a smart touch, and he does. Past 1, past 2. Here comes Apollo. He does paddle with Tails in the air, and he wins that exchange. 2.5 minutes now, and it still seems to be all Jersey. Here comes another shot. It's another open net. Goosey can't reach it. 4-0 for Jersey.
Absolutely incredible. Detroit is cracking like an egg, and Jersey is just whisking that egg, scrambling it all up, and they are about to put that into that McMuffin and eat them all up. As Jersey just looking like they can't do anything. Jersey just got them shut down completely. 2 minutes 20 left, and Detroit is going to have one hell of a task to get 4 goals on this hyped up Jersey Jackals team, as they have just been playing perfectly. They've been doing everything right, as they've got that momentum. They've got that morale. They've got everything they need to end this series in game number 6. 2 minutes left. Lee going up for it, going to try to center it up, but will get cleared by Tails. Shot on goal does get blocked by Taco Stand. Taco Stand on the ground. Oh, tries to set Goosey up, but Goosey just not in the best position, as Taco Stand gets the demolition onto Rocket Man. Apollo driving downfield now. Goosey tries to block it. Taco Stand going to get it away, but the in-air demo, and that's a breakaway, but he just does not have the angle to get it, so he's going to send it back to midfield, try to set up one of his teammates, but it bounces off the crossbar, and oh, what a save from Plea to keep it out of the goal, and we could have a shutout in game 6, as the ball gets hit straight into Tails, gets shut down. Taco Stand gonna try to send it to the side. Please gonna center it up, but Tails is there to shut it down. A minute left on the clock. It manages to get over the defender, and Goosey puts Detroit on the board 4-1 with 1:01 on the clock.
That was
Oh, no.
I agree. That was a ghost touch and a half.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was a ghost touch and a half, but I mean, it goes in if it goes in, and it would definitely went in. But I was going to say, that's the longest we've seen Detroit go goalless throughout a game. It took them 4 minutes to get a goal here in game number 6, and that is not where you want to be struggling to get your goals in, as you're facing match point, facing elimination, facing 3 goals down in 45 seconds. You'll take them how you can. If it resorts to just lag switching your opponent, then go for it. But here comes Goosey now with the corner boost. Going to combine with Taco Stand, but he does not get the pinch, just takes the ball away. 30 seconds now. Need a goal every 10 seconds if you want to keep your season alive. But here comes Apollo. There's the demo on Goosey. 20 seconds remain. A double miss from the goal line off the backboard. Robot Man, 20 seconds remain. Still 3 goals ahead. This will lob in front. This will do it. That will be the series. And despite the impressive showing we saw from Detroit in games number 1 and games number 4, whether they led by 3 goals both of those games, they get shut out here, almost shut out here, but they get shut down here by 3 goals. Almost poetic, if you would, having 2 dominant games where you had 3-goal wins, and then now on match point, after Jersey has only gotten 2, or I guess only 1-goal wins despite the 3-1 in game number 3, but still close games, and that's how your season ends, is just by the same margin of how you dominated the other team throughout this series. But Jersey, they held strong. They did not let those devastating losses get to them, and they roared back, and they just played such a good series. They took advantage of the mistakes, the very few mistakes that Detroit gave them. But that will be the series. Jersey will move on to the conference, or not the conference finals. They win the conference finals. They win the Eastern Conference. They'll face Portland, who won the West. this Saturday at 8:30 Eastern Time for the championship of United Rogue Fettuccine League. My goodness, any closing words, Star?
Well, I just want to say, I think we absolutely shut down the Western Conference scenarios because they were all being like, "Oh, Detroit's gonna win. Whoever wins the Western Conference is just gonna lose to Detroit." But they don't even have the chance to lose to Detroit. Detroit goes down in the conference finals to the Jackals, and now we have the Jackals versus the Journey next week. And man, I am excited for that after seeing the incredible playing from all four teams. Don't get me wrong, all four teams played incredible. I am very, very excited to see how the Fettuccine League finals go next week.
I absolutely agree. I'm looking forward to Linguini. I'm looking forward to Fettuccine. After we've casted these games tonight, I mean, it's just going to be all only up from here. I expect nothing short of greatness on Saturday. So you boys listening, the Linguini people, I mean, the Fettuccine that we just casted, better show up with that same fire and that same emotion that you showed here tonight and bring it for that championship match on Saturday. Linguini at 7:30, Fettuccine at 8:30, Mac League and NCS 8 or 9:30 and 10:30, but those grand finals will be decided tomorrow night as we have the Western and Eastern Conference finals for both of those leagues tomorrow night at the same start time tonight. I have been Mixed. This is my co-host Star. Thank you guys for watching.
I don't wanna care, it's a little unfair that I'll never not care about you. And I don't wanna say, but the second that I wait, no, the words can't get to you. We push and we pull, it's wrong and it's right, it's not black and white. But I know that we'll always be something golden. It's only worth taking to make it. If you took a little time to open up, to see my love, to see